All right, we're back here in Norwalk for league meet number 4. We're getting into the heated part of the season, and teams are really going to need to start putting up some good scores if they want to be ranked high at our league tournament. First 2 meets, teams are still working out a lot of the kinks, but today it's starting to be do or die time. Right now, teams that are high in the rankings are probably going to be staying there at league tournament, unless teams that bring out their new robots really start to put up some high scores. So really excited to see what our teams are capable of today. I'm not going to waste any time getting these matches going since we've already got 4 teams on the field. Let's see who we've got on our Red Alliance. Starting off in the front, we've got team 26192 Heat Waves. And their alliance partner is team 22189 Chronos. Then representing our blue alliance, we've got team 8938 Octobots. And their alliance partner is team 18527 PCM Alchemists. All right, looks like we got 4 teams set. Hands off, everyone. Let's go ahead and randomize. We're not ready. Never mind. All right, we're going to help one of our teams get their driver station fully operational. That's what's going to allow them to connect to their robot and power that robot on, use it during the autonomous and teleop periods. All right, now we got all of our teams connected, ready to go. Let's go ahead and randomize our field. And we've got motif 1, which is a green and 2 purple artifact pattern. All right. All right, we got 4 teams set now. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Audience, are you ready for the first match? Then let's get it started in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, first match of the day here going in Norwalk. We got motion from all four, but no shots coming up just yet. Looks like Heatwaves is going to toss up a few. 1, 2, and 3 with their new robot for this meet. Octobots using the same old robot, but same old scoring. 2 up into the goal for blue as well. Looks like Heatwaves did have one of those artifacts accidentally bounce out of the ramp as Octobots goes to grab a couple more. Didn't quite get the third one. Let's see if they can get both these purple artifacts tossed. Looks like they'll wait.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Into the teleoperated period now. Team's taking manual control of those robots. I hear multiple flywheels turning up already, and PCM maybe he's got a little too much power in that robot. They shoot that artifact sailing over the back of the field. A lot of shots going up now from both alliances. Only purple artifacts scored so far, oddly enough. Both are worth the same amount of points. Only difference is that if teams want to make those patterns, they have to shoot the right combination of purple and green artifacts in the right order. We're seeing both classifiers get pretty full now. Blue completely full as Octobots empties it out. Each one of those artifacts sitting in the bottom worth 3 points. Anything that rolls over the top, only 1 point. Looks like PCM might be having some issues with their robot. Looks like they've chose to put their controllers down. Their partner Octobots, though, picking up some of the slack, tossing up a few shots. Unfortunately, those all bounce over. Again, something we've seen since early in the season is that hitting these shots is not always easy. It can be hard to get that shooter to go where you want it to. 3 more shots from both alliances now. Heatwaves got a new robot. Sometimes that takes a little bit to get the kinks worked out, but they're performing very well so far. Already another nearly full classifier for our Red Alliance. Looks like their partner Kronos might just be sitting there for now, waiting for Heatwaves to get out of the human player zone. Heatwaves line up again. 1, 2, and 3 for the Red Alliance. Ooh, one of those just bounces out as we have a little partner-on-partner contact. Both classifiers getting pretty full once again with just under 30 seconds to go in this match. Currently, live score shows just a 4-point lead for blue. This one's going to come down to who can get some more base points and if anyone can hit these last few shots here at the end of the match. I hear teams communicating, trying to go park. Looks like Red's going to be the first to get there. Can they get a full park? Looks like PCM is back online now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that's the end of our first qualification match of the day. Already a lot of scoring, just a 1-point match by our current live score. I'm sure that'll change quite a bit, though, as our referees get their final tallies. 2 full classifiers at the end of the match here. Great stuff that we're seeing even early in the day. Looks like blue has a lot of those artifacts in the right position in their classifier. It's going to net them a lot of pattern points, whereas red doesn't have quite as many. We're going to have to see. All right, sounds like we had a pretty clean match. Should be good to get our scores here in just a minute once our referees finish discussing everything. All right, sounds like we got those scores now. Let's take a look at the board. First match of the day already very close. This one's going to go to our Blue Alliance with a score of 94-78 for ranking points for Blue, keeping those teams in the top 10. And great thing to see, very clean match, no fouls by either alliance. That's a big change from earlier this season where we were taking a long time to score these matches due to how many fouls our teams were incurring. So we're really glad to see that kind of improvement. All right, moving over here to Field 2 now. We got 4 more teams queued up for their first match of the day. Well, let's see who we've got on our Red Alliance. Starting off with Team 21718, it's the Unga Bunga Bongos. And their alliance partner is Team 27302, Velocity. Now, representing blue, we've got Team 7823, Roadrunner Robotics. And their alliance partner, it's Team 18200, the MSTM Techno Devils. All right, looks like our 4 teams are set up. Hands off, everyone. Let's randomize our field. We're going to get motif 1, which is already set up. That's going to be 1 green, followed by 2 purple artifacts. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? I've got a thumbs up from our scorekeeper. Well, let's get this one going in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, once again, 4 robots going. Techno Devils didn't actually move their robot, but they're just chilling where they started, tossing up 1, 2, and now 3 shots. Looks like they might have sped up that shooting a bit from last time. Then they move off of that launch zone. Unga Bunga Bongos also tossed 2 artifacts up into that Red Alliance goal. 10 seconds left in auto, and it looks like all of our scoring is done. Blue's going to hold a slight lead as we exit the autonomous period.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, and now we got 3 of our 4 robots going, both red and just 1 blue right now. Techno Devils first to get some artifacts picked up. Looks like they're going to try to hit some of those long shots that they do best. But meanwhile, on red, Velocity and Unga Bunga Bongos trying to line up. Now Velocity tossing up some shots. Looks like they've made some improvements to that robot. As Unga Bunga Bongos puts up some high-power shots, hitting some of our field volunteers. If I was Santa, I'd be putting them on the naughty list for hitting our field staff like that. Looks like one of our Blue Alliance robots is still non-operational. Hopefully we can get that fixed so that this can be an even 2-on-2 match. Red does have a bit of a lead right now, but only a point. We're going to have to see if Techno Devils can do this match solo, as Roadrunner Robotics is still working with our field crew to hopefully get their robot going again. Unga Bunga Bongos now switching gears, switching to the far launch zone, tossing up a couple of shots. Can they get that angle right? Falling just a little bit short on that 3rd shot. Velocity lining up again, using that floor intake to scoop up artifacts from all over the field. Them and their partner, Unga Bunga Bongos, both lining up. Can they get these shots knocked down? A lot of shots going up, but not a lot of shots going down, as both of them miss most of their shots. Unga Bunga Bongos does knock one down at the end there. Just over 30 seconds left in this match. 2-point lead for Blue, as Roadrunner Robotics is back online now. That's great stuff for them. That could prove vital in this match if they can get some base points down the stretch. Unga Bunga Bongo shooting a couple shots at the same time. I saw one go in, but since that one did not go through the goal, it kind of snuck in the side. That one does not count for goal points. 10 seconds left now. Red's got a bit of an edge, but can they get the park points they need? Techno Devils going for some last shots. Now they're going to just park. 2, 1. And that's the end of a very close second qualification match. Let's give those teams a big round of applause. Seems like Red was able to pull away just a little bit there down the stretch, but obviously none of those base points have showed up in our scoring yet. So we're going to see if that holds. Red's got a full classifier. Blue doesn't have any in the goal right now, but Techno Devils was able to put up quite a few shots earlier on. So this is going to be yet another close match, and I've got a feeling we're going to see quite a few of those today. All right, sounds like we're good. Fouls being discussed. Blue Alliance is our winner for that match. Final score 92-58, 45 points of fouls, giving Blue the win and 4 ranking points. Great reminder that fouls can easily make the difference. I'm told that those fouls were for transitively touching the robot. They were putting the artifact in the robot, but it did touch the robot at the same time, and that happened multiple times, so that's where those foul points came from. All right, back to field 1 now. We've got a couple highly ranked teams in this match. Let's see what they're capable of. Starting on the Red Alliance, our current, third-ranked team. It's Team 25957, the Quantum Igniters. And their alliance partner, it's Team 31045, Circuit Bacon. Representing Blue now, we have our 6th-ranked team. It's Team 12783, Norwalk Robo Warriors Purple. And last but not least, it's Team 30586, the Coding Goats. All right, we're going to let our teams finish setting up here. Make sure everyone's got their safety glasses on. A lot of years that isn't that important. This year, very important with how many artifacts we've got flying around the field. Only a couple matches in so far, and I've already seen multiple members of our field staff get hit. So got to make sure we're staying safe. All right, looks like we're all good now. Hands off, everyone. Let's randomize our field. We're going to get a motif 1 for the 3rd match in a row. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? I've got a thumbs up from our scorekeeper. Let's get this one started in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, couple teams wasting no time getting to scoring. Norwalk and Quantum Igniters tossing up some shots. Only hitting 2 of the 3 for both of them, though. Both picking up more artifacts now. 2 more for Quantum and 2 more for Norwalk. Both these teams missing those green artifacts. Gonna hurt them getting those pattern points. Looks like now Norwalk's taking a bit of an edge. They've got 6 in that classifier. Quantum is a bit faster, though. Can Norwalk get these cycles done at the end of auto? Almost.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
A lot of artifacts by both of our alliances as Quantum immediately empties theirs out. They know they're going to be filling that multiple times throughout this match. Now Norwalk follows suit, empties out that blue classifier, and grabs more artifacts. We see Coding Goats scurrying around the back of the field using their floor intake to grab some more of those artifacts. They're going to try to help out Norwalk get that classifier filled up, win this crucial match. And remember, you get 3 ranking points for a win, but there's lots of other ways to earn ranking points, such as getting a lot of artifacts scored, getting enough pattern points, and then getting base points at the end of the match. So teams need to be thinking about all aspects of the game if they want to improve their ranking for the end of the season. A lot of shots going up. Blue now emptying their classifier for a 2nd time. Got the feeling Red's going to do that too. Yep, Quantum Igniter slides over, does just that. Norwalk driving fast around the field, getting some more of those artifacts from the human player zone. Circuit Bacon maybe playing a bit of defense, trying to keep teams out of that optimal launch position at the center of the field. Remember, teams have to be in one of those triangular zones, either at the back or the front of the field if they want to launch. Ooh, as Coding Goats does a bit of a handstand there, almost tips over, but they were able to save it. Now they're going back to doing a bit of shooting as their partner empties out the classifier. First shot misses for Coding Goats, but the second one gets locked in. I was talking to them earlier. They said they are able to use their camera to detect how far away from they are from the goal as we enter the last 30 seconds of the match. Currently, Blue's got a bit of an edge just due to the amount of scoring. Quantum Igniters looks like they might be struggling a bit to get some of those artifacts picked up. Circuit Bacon getting artifacts loaded into their robot as we enter the last 20 seconds. Do they have time to go get that launch for the Red Alliance? Norwalk filling up that classifier again. 10 seconds left now. Teams have started to shift over to the base. Can we get any full parks? 3, 2, 1. And that concludes qualification match number 3. very quiet ending to a very exciting match, as two of the teams were already fully parked and their two alliance partners didn't want to knock them out, so they just carefully drove over there, got a corner of their robot in, and got those partial parking points. Looks like blue is going to fall just 6 artifacts short of getting to that 36 artifact bonus. If teams launched at least 36 artifacts through the goal, then they get an extra ranking point, which is very helpful once we get to the league tournament. Not sure if they got those pattern points either. We're going to have to wait to see our final scoring before we can determine that. All right, sounds like we got some scores from that match now. High scores. This one's going to be our Blue Alliance with a score of 142.88. 5 ranking points for Blue, moving both those teams up into our top 10 and top 5, respectively. It's those 4, 5, and 6 ranking point matches that help the most in the rankings. A lot of teams have already won a lot of matches, so just winning and not getting any other ranking points isn't going to help your ranking as much at this point. Speaking of ranking points, I see a couple teams in this match that have gotten a lot of them this year. Well, let's see who we've got. Starting on red, our current #1 ranked team by a decent margin. It's 10435 Circuit Breakers. And their alliance partners, they might be rookies, but they're ranked 4th. It's 31844 Control Alt Defeat. Now representing blue, we've got team 6147 Nubotics. And last but not least, it's team 33528 the Pancake Annihilators. All right, we got 4 teams set. Hands off, everyone. Let's randomize our field. And we got motif 3 this time. So 2 purple followed by a green. That's the opposite of what we've had the first few matches. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? I've got a thumbs up from our scorekeeper. Let's get started in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, we got another match going. New box first to shoot, tossing a couple over the top as Circuit Breakers gets 1, 2, 3 up into that Red Alliance goal. Going for more now and emptying the classifier early on. That's a move we haven't really seen so far. How are they going to approach this autonomous period? Already getting 1, 2, 3 in the right pattern, followed by 1, 2, 3 more, although those ones weren't quite in the right order. 3 seconds left. Can they get these last few? Indeed they do. Oh, just missed the last one.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
A little bit of an early start there for Circuit Breakers. They were just too excited to get this teleop period going. They're one of the teams that we know can score a lot of artifacts. They know they have to get moving quick if they want to get to that 36 artifact bonus. 1, 2, 3, 4 Circuit Breakers Can their partner 31-844 get them tossed up? Sounds like they're calling for the FTA. Hopefully they can get those issues figured out. As blue is now starting to answer with some shots of their own. Pancake Annihilators launching from that far zone, already doing some nice scoring. Big improvements from their last meet. I talked to them earlier. They made some good improvements to their funnel mechanism that you see their human player using right now. Hopefully going to help them get some high scores today. Looks like only one robot going on red still as Control Alt Defeat tries to get going. I can see their flywheel spinning, but doesn't look like they're tossing up any artifacts just yet. Blue now hitting a few more shots. They've got 5, make it 6 in that classifier, courtesy of New Box and Pancake Annihilators. A nice joint effort from that alliance. 1 minute to go now. Red's got a bit of a lead thanks to that big auto from Circuit Breakers. Blue's going to have to do a lot of scoring if they want to catch up, as now we hear another team calling for the FTA. Seems like we're having some technical issues in this match. Oh, we got Control Alt Defeat going again. Great to see Red now having 2 robots fully capable. Circuit Breakers empties out that classifier with just 40 seconds to go and already over 100 points. Currently at 28 artifacts, make it 29 and 30. Can they get 6 more to get that bonus? Looks like Pancake Annihilators is still having issues. They are disconnected in that human player zone. Circuit Breakers grabbing a few more. Nubotics launching a bit in the wrong direction. Last 20 seconds now. Blue classifier is full. They're probably going to keep it that way. Can Red get theirs filled up before the end? About 10 seconds now. Our team's going to go to the base. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that concludes qualification match number 4. Unfortunately, a match with a lot of technical issues. Just shows how hard it is to get these robots going and operating consistently. All the scoring still by both of our alliances, especially Red, who did fill up the classifier a few times and currently has 8 of the 9 slots filled. We'll have to see if they did get enough pattern points to get that ranking point bonus. Looks like they just reached the threshold for that artifact bonus, getting 36 out of the required 36. So even if Red somehow does lose this match, they will pick up an extra ranking point from that. Finalizing some fouls for that last match. I know that's driven up the score a bit for both alliances, but I'll take the time to mention right now that our league high score is 154. So if none of those Red Alliance points are foul points, then this would be a new league high. However, the state record is up to 198, courtesy of Pioneer Robotics over in eastern Iowa. So teams are probably going to have to break 200 points if they want to get a new state record at today's meet. We'll have to see if anyone can knock that down. I think there's a few specific matchups that might be able to do it, but with the defense that we've started to see in some of these matches, they're going to have to work really hard to cross that threshold. World record, not sure where it currently stands, but it's quite a bit higher than that. So if these teams do want to make it to state and then make it to Worlds and perform well, they really are going to have to start knocking down some good scores, which we've already seen so far. 156 and 76, both very solid for our two alliances in this match. All right, we've gotten some fouls clarified. It's going to be our Red Alliance with a final score of 166 to 86. All 6 ranking points for our Red Alliance, making those two teams our top 2 in the league. Circuit Breakers staying in first, and 31-844 Control defeat moving up into second. Not quite a league high score, though, just because 20 of those points were foul points. So we're going to have to wait for another match or two to see if that league record does fall. Back on field 1 now, already ready for our 5th match of the day. Let's meet our teams on the Red Alliance, starting off with team 22187 Phoenix. And their partner, team 30700, that's 7 C's. Now representing blue, we've got team 24358, that's Ragnarok. And bringing the Christmas spirit, it's team 24438, Create the Future. All right, we got some teams finishing up their setup. All right, hands off, everyone. Let's go ahead and randomize the field. Got motif 3 for the second match in a row. 2 purple, followed by 1 green artifact. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? A lot of energy for this match. I've got a thumbs up from our scorekeeper. Let's get started in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, a lot of scoring already going on. First with red, 7 C's tossing up a few, and now both blue robots tossing up shots, but only one of those going down. We got some fancy-looking robots in this match. Looks like Mattel Motorum and 7 C's have either made new robots or made some significant changes since last meet. 10 seconds left in auto now. 7 C's tossing up a lot of shots, but only 5 going down so far. However, only 1 for blue. We're going to have to see if they can improve that consistency in tele.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, and at the start of the teleop period now, 7 C's already emptying out that goal as Phoenix starts tossing up some shots, filling up that red classifier. Looks like Ragnarok's got a little better consistency now. Already 3 in that blue classifier and another 2 in their robot. They've made some nice looking upgrades to that robot. Let's see if the performance can match their old robot as they just fall short on a couple shots. Phoenix tossing up a bit of a high arcing shot there, going just over the goal. Again, consistency is still something that we're seeing some teams struggle with when they shoot. We've seen teams in other parts of the world toss up 40-plus shots in a match and make all of them, which is just crazy stuff. So if any of our teams here in Central Iowa can become capable of that, I've got the feeling they're going to win a lot of their matches and possibly the league tournament as well. Blue line up for some shots now. Create the Future, very direct shot there, shooting into the goal, but both those shots just missing. Again, I'll harp on consistency. That's something these teams really need to be striving for, as Ragnarok's shot goes a little bit off to the side. Ooh, looks like Ragnarok might have hit the opposing alliance gate there for a second. Big reminder, teams, don't hit those opposing alliance gates. They can get a lot of fouls in a short amount of time if they do that. Red working in tandem, bunch of shots going down all at once. 3 going into that classifier. 35 seconds left. Red's got a pretty sizable lead. Can Blue lock it in? Ragnarok trying to line up for a couple shots, but both those shots just bouncing over and out. 7Cs, they were having some issues with that robot last meet, but it's been really consistent so far. 20 seconds left now, and they've got that classifier almost filled again in this match. They've gone to just park now as Create the Future's trying to get another shot in. Can they get up into their shooter? Ragnarok getting one of those 3 shots to fall. 3, 2, 1. And that concludes qualification match number 5. Let's give these teams a round of applause. A couple souvenirs getting left on our field by a couple of our robots. That's part of the game usually. A bit of a rubber band left behind and a nut off of a robot. Teams in this match might want to take a look at their robots afterward and try to figure out where that came from. Might not be that important, or it could be very important. All right, after clarifying some rules there, getting everything right, we've got scores from that match. Pyramids up. This one's going to be Red Alliance with a score of 121 to 46. 5 ranking points for our Red Alliance, moving those teams up into 7th and 9th, respectively. Great work by all of our teams there in that match. Moving back to field 2 now. We got 4 teams set up. A few of these teams already in their second match of the day, ready to put up some more high scores. Starting off on our Red Alliance, let's meet this team. They haven't played yet today. It's 1, 4, 5, 6, 8. Norwalk Robo Warriors Gold. And their partner already in their second match. It's team 18200 MSTM Techno Devils. Now representing blue, also in their first match, is team 13085, the Bionic Dutch. And also in their second match is team 31045, it's Circuit Bacon. All right, I see 4 teams set up. Hands off, everyone. Let's randomize our field. And we got motif 1. We're going back and forth between motif 1 and 3. No motif 2 just yet. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? I've got a thumbs up from our scorekeeper. Let's get this one going in 3, 2, 1, and go. All right, motion from all of our robots already. Looks like we got some deep shots going up from Techno Devils and Bionic Dutch. Techno Devils hits all 3. Doesn't look like Bionic Dutch is able to knock any of those down, as Norwalk Robo Warriors Gold also puts up a few. And then we've got Circuit Bacon also trying to launch. All 4 robots trying to launch. We don't see that a lot in auto. Bionic Dutch going for a couple more. One goes long, but they get one into the classifier. All 4 robots move off those launch lines now.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Since all 4 of those robots weren't touching those lines, those launch zones in auto, they get leave points. Those can be very helpful in getting that movement ranking point at the end of the match, which also factors in the base points at the end. So if teams get a combined 16 points, they can get that extra ranking point. Again, ranking points really important at these meets because they do influence the final league tournament ranking. And the higher you are at league tournament, better chance of being a captain, and hopefully a better chance of getting picked by an alliance captain as well. And all these teams know that, so they're really trying to not just win these matches and get those 3 win points, but also any of the other ranking points they can get. Back to the action now. Looks like Bionic Dutch and blue have got 5, make it 6 into that classifier. Red doing a lot of the same though. 6, 7, and now 8, 9 for red, full classifier. No doubt that Techno Devils is going to go empty that out, which they are trying to do right now. Overflow shot from their partner as they try to get lined up, and there they go, empty that red classifier out. Got Circuit Bacon lining up, hitting a shot for our Blue Alliance. Didn't see them at the last meet. Looks like they've made some improvements to increase their scoring capabilities for this meet. Techno Devils chilling there at the front of the field, hitting those long shots, 1 and 2. Getting hit a little bit as they shoot, but doesn't matter, and now 3 for them. Looks like they might have sped up that shooting a bit too. Going to allow them to cycle a lot more in these matches. Less than 30 seconds to go now. More long-distance shots going up for Techno Devils and Bionic Dutch. A lot harder to play defense on those shots as we enter the last 20 seconds of the match. Circuit Bacon back with another artifact. Can they get up? They do. Not putting up a lot of shots, but hitting the ones they do put up. So very important scoring for that Blue Alliance. Red classifier is full. They're already at the base now. 3, 2, 1. And blue getting a couple partial parks as we end that match. Both alliances getting over the 50-point threshold. Red currently scored over 100. Good stuff from that alliance. Both of our alliances, actually. Gonna have to see if any of these alliances did enough to get that extra ranking point. Our pattern was 1 green followed by 2 purples, and red has 8 of the 9 required, and that means as long as they had at least 1 pattern correct in auto, then they're gonna get that ranking point. All right, got some fouls clarified to our teams there. Might influence. This one is our Red Alliance with a score of 124-96. 5 ranking points for Red, 1 for Blue. Ultimately, fouls not affecting the overall outcome of that match, but reminder to teams to be careful. As we get into the league tournament and the playoffs, we're going to see a lot of closer matches, and picking up 15, 30, or more foul points could very easily turn the tide. Back on field 1 now. Hopefully we'll see a cleaner match in qualification match 7. Let's meet our teams on the Red Alliance, starting off with team 6147, Nubotics. And their partner is team 30586. It's the Coding Goats. Now representing Blue, we've got team 24358. That's Ragnarok. And last but not least, it's their partner. It's 18527, the PCM Alchemists. All right, I've got 4 teams set up. Hands off, everyone. Let's randomize our field. Motif 2 for the first time today. Get this obelisk set up here at the back. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? A lot of excitement. Scorekeeper's giving me a thumbs up. Let's get going in 3, 2, 1, and go. All right, Ragnarok speeding off, wasting no time. Tossing up 1, 2, and 3 shots. Only making 1 of them, though. Coding Goats tossing up 3, hitting 2 of them. So a little bit of an edge for the Red Alliance. However, Ragnarok coming back, tossing up a few more, but missing those shots. Seems like their shooter maybe isn't as consistent as it was with their old robot, although their intake and movement is really smooth now. 1, 2, and get 1 more for Blue.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
2 artifacts in for each alliance, but Blue's going to have just a bit of an edge due to getting some leave points and that green artifact being in the right pattern position. A lot of contact now between our robots there at the middle of the field. PCM and Ragnarok working together to fill up that classifier as Red's Nubotics and Coding Goats do the same. Blue already emptying out the classifier. Got the feeling Red's going to do that here pretty soon as they've already got 7 into that classifier. Now Blue tossing up some shots. All robots in this match have 4 intakes, so they're not relying on the human player to place those artifacts into their robot. Going to have to see how that affects the scoring for this match, as it looks like a couple of our robots might be having some issues getting those artifacts scored. It looks like Ragnarok has one stuck in their shooter mechanism. Going to have to see as their partner PCM comes over to help out, gets a 5th artifact into that blue classifier. Looks like Nubotics there at the middle of the field using that cannon mechanism. 3 slow shots, but 3 very consistent looking shots for our Red Alliance. 1 up for Blue, now 2 up for Blue, and 3 now courtesy of the PCM Alchemist, getting that blue classifier almost filled as Coding Goats empties out the red one. Just over 40 seconds to go, and we've got a 5-point match in favor of Blue, but Red's hitting a lot of shots right now. Can they catch up and take the lead? Usually whatever team is ahead in auto does seem to win these matches, but with teams teleop improving meet by meet, we could see that start to change. Blue classifier is full, but it looks like Nubotics from Red just hit the blue gate, and a lot of yelling going on because, unfortunately, that's probably going to be a major foul for hitting that gate. And if I'm knowing the rules correctly, a major foul for each artifact that comes out. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that concludes a hectic qualification match. So just for clarification, I'll talk a bit about what happened there towards the end of that match that spurred a lot of yelling by our drive teams. So as we've seen at past meets, if you touch the opposing alliance's gate, that's the black bar at the bottom of the ramp, that's a major foul, plus a major foul for each artifact that comes out. So it looked like one of the red robots hit the Blue Alliance gate over here on the back left side of the field, and Blue Alliance saw that, wanted to make sure our referees and field crew also saw that. So a lot of yelling going on, getting a little excited down here at our fourth meet. And I don't want to make any calls, but I believe that was a very full classifier, and each major foul is 15 points. So that's why we've seen the Blue Alliance's score suddenly climb up from around 100 to now 220. All right, we're going to get a score for that match. A lot of fouls. Let's see how high that score got. Winner is our Blue Alliance, unsurprisingly, with a score of 235 to 62 with 150 foul points. Now, that does not count as an official state record because so much of that was foul points. So very high score, but not what we're going to call a state record. However, 5 ranking points for our Blue Alliance nonetheless. All right, moving back to field 2, and a general reminder to everyone, do not touch that opposing alliance gate. Now you've seen what might happen if you unfortunately do. Let's meet our teams here on the Red Alliance, starting off with team 33528. It's the Pancake Annihilators. And now also representing red, we've got team 12783, Norwalk Robo Warriors purple. And now on blue, we've got team 24438, that's Create the Future. And last but not least, their alliance partner, it's team 22189, Kronos. All right, I've got 4 teams set up. Hands off, everyone. Let's randomize our field. All right, getting our field crew back together now. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? All right, just making sure we got all of our field staff. So red's ready, blue's ready, scorekeeper is ready. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, quick motion from Norwalk and Create the Future. Norwalk first to strike with 1, 2, and almost a third shot. Create the Future, a lot of power on those shots, hitting just one of them. 1, 2, 3 now going down for Norwalk. Looks like they're going to have a few of those in the right pattern position, going to help them potentially get that ranking point at the end of the match. 1, and now they're just going to go park. Oh, nope, trying to grab some more artifacts, and they just chose to stop their autonomous.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Red with a bit of an edge coming out of Autonomous there thanks to those artifacts by Norwalk Purple Warriors Purple. Now they go toss a couple more and then try to empty out that classifier so they can fill it up once again. However, it looks like their partner Pancake Annihilator is having some issues with their controllers. Now they've got that robot going. Hopefully they can get a tandem scoring effort to help out that Red Alliance. Blue Alliance now loading up Kronos with artifacts, and then Create the Future also coming over. That human player working overtime, getting both those robots ready to score. Red just keeps scoring, though. Two very pretty-looking classifiers right now, as each one is alternating between green and purple artifacts. A lot of shots going all over the place here on the the Red Alliance goal. See a lot of our field crew having to avoid those shots going all over the place. Kronos tossing up a shot, almost lands back in their robot as Red empties out their classifier again. Just over a minute left. Red just keeps the scoring effort going as an artifact almost lands on one of our scorekeeping tablets. Looks like a couple of our robots are just waiting to get artifacts from that human player zone. Create the Future getting in and out, and now Kronos getting loaded up with more artifacts of their own. Can Blue get that classifier full, and will they empty it out this late in the match? Almost full now. If Kronos can get one more in, there they go. Blue Alliance classifier is full. Will they empty it or leave it as is? 30 seconds to go. Remember, those overflow shots are only worth 1 point, but at this point in the match, it's a little risky to empty it out and potentially lose all those points. Less than 20 to go now. Red approaching 100 points. Can they get any more artifacts and get over that threshold? They need 7 more to get the ranking point. I don't know if they can get there or not, as Blue continues to shoot some of those powerful shots. Norwalk gets one more overflow in. Team's going to park. 2, 1. And that's the end of qualification match number 8. Once again, 2 full classifiers, and it looks like 2 partials for Blue, and I would guess 2 partials for Red, but I can't quite tell from my perspective. We'll leave that one up to our field staff. All right, sounds like we got a score for that match. Match number 8. Our winner is the Red Alliance with a score of 122-58 for ranking points for Red. Although, as you can see, for a team ranked high like 12783, that's not enough to help out their ranking. So they're going to need more 5 ranking point and 6 ranking point matches to really make a big difference. Back on field 1 now. Looks like right now we just have 3 of our robots. One of them was having a bit of a mechanical issue, I'm told. So looks like they're coming over now. We'll have to see if they're able to play in this match. Let's meet our teams on red. Starting off with team 25957, it's the Quantum Igniters. And their partner is team 27302, that's Velocity. Now representing blue, we've got team 10435, that's Circuit Breakers. And last but not least, it's team 22187, Phoenix. All right, looks like we're getting our 4 teams set now. Bit of a delay just with one of our robots, making sure that everything is good with that robot. It sounds like there might have been a little bit of smoke coming out of it earlier based off what I've heard, so just making sure everyone is ready to safely play this match. All right, FTA is off the field. Hands off, everyone. Let's randomize our field. There's our randomization. We got motif 3 now for this qualification match. All right, Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Yeah, they're kind of ready. Got a thumbs up from our scorekeeper. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, and go. All right, looks like our robots are going, and Phoenix's robot does appear to be okay. Glad they were able to get on the field. 3 artifacts from both our Red and Blue Alliance as Circuit Breakers empties the classifier, then goes back to try to get these last ones in the right pattern. Unfortunately, one of those artifacts bounces out the side of the ramp, so could affect their ability to get the ranking point. 10 seconds left in auto. Red classifier very full. Blue has 5 in it. Both coming back for 3 more. Getting some overflow now for Red. Circuit Breakers is to stop their auto.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, bit of a lead for Red thanks to all that scoring from Quantum Igniters. Circuit Breakers did a lot for Blue, but they're going to have to catch up just a little bit, and we'll see if their partner Phoenix is able to fully function in this match. Velocity going over to that Red Alliance goal now. They didn't chip in much for auto, but now they're tossing up some shots along with Quantum Igniters, trying to get that Red Alliance back in this match. Blue now tossing up some shots. Both Phoenix and Circuit Breakers. Circuit Breakers goes 3 for 3 in that set. Quantum Igniters and Circuit Breakers, the best scoring robots I've seen in this match, going back and forth, toe for toe. Quantum Igniter is now capable of hitting some deep shots. Don't know if they were capable of that at our last meet, so that's a big improvement to their game. Quantum Igniters, 1, 2, and 3, shooting a couple at the same time there. Don't know if that was intentional. We've seen some teams across the world be able to do a rapid fire where they shoot all 3 right in a row. Some of our teams might be working on developing that technique. Blue Alliance, bit of a lead as Red fills out their classifier and Quantum Igniters goes over to empty that out. Both of our blue robots jockeying a bit for position. And I see Quantum Igniters now going for those long-distance shots again. Seems like they prefer that now at this meet. However, Blue answers courtesy of Circuit Breakers, who then empties the classifier with just over 30 to go. This match is going to be very close. A lot of shots going up over the goal and hitting some of our field crew. We're having to be very careful back here in this match. 20 seconds to go. Looks like Circuit Breakers is going back for some more, and they lost one of their team numbers at some point, too. I see it laying there on the field. Got teams going to the base now, trying to get parked. Can anyone get that extra ranking point? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And all teams content to park as that match concludes. Gonna leave it up to our referees, but it looks like Blue has a fully parked and a partially parked robot. Red, I'd say either a full and a partial, or maybe 2 partials. I can't tell from my perspective. A reminder, robot has to be fully supported by the ground inside the base. That's that square colored zone. And the tape is included in that. But if any part of the robot is supported by the tile outside that zone, does not count as a full park, only a partial park. And the difference between those is 5 versus 10 points, which in the outcome of the match might not be a lot, but to get that ranking point threshold, you need 16 points across both the endgame and auto. So those 5 points could be really big for helping out these teams' ranking. All right, we've got the score from that match now after a bit of a deliberation. Scoring in that match, it's going to be our Red Alliance bringing home the win with a score of 128 to 125. Foul points taking Red from behind into the lead, and 4 ranking points for Red Alliance. Those fouls making the difference. Not the first time we've seen fouls make a big difference in the score of a match today. So teams, again, be cognizant of what the rules are. And fouls happen sometimes, but as long as you can avoid them most of the time, it's going to help out your scores quite a bit. Let's see who we've got here on field 2 on the Red Alliance for qualification match number 10. Starting off, we've got team 13085. That's the Bionic Dutch. And their partner is 8938 Octobots. Now over on blue, wearing blue, we've got team 30700. It's 7 C's. And their partner, it's team 21718. It's the Unga Bunga Bongos. All right, our 4 teams are set. Hands off, everyone. Let's randomize the field. We've got motif 1 for this qualification match. We'll have to see if that makes a difference for any of these teams. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? I've got a thumbs up from our scorekeeper. Let's get started in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, yeah, another qualification match kicking off. Teams seeking out those high scores and more ranking points to help them out in this season. A lot of shots going up from all 4 of our robots. Haven't seen that a lot until today as these teams continue to get better and better. A lot of shots bouncing out. Currently 3 in each classifier. Unfortunately, Red has the exact opposite of the desired pattern, so no pattern points for them. Couple of balls and knock each other out. They get those next 3 in the right order, though.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
A lot of scoring going on. Red's got an 8-point lead as we exit the autonomous period, and those robots waste no time getting back to scoring as Octobots gets that Red classifier up to 7 out of 9 slots filled. Bionic Dutch and Octobots now both going to work as 7 C's and Unga Bunga Bongos try to respond for blue. Red classifier mostly emptied out now. Blue still has yet to fill theirs completely, but they're getting to work on that. Oh, I just saw a blue robot hit that red gate. Teams got to remember to be careful of that. 7 C's lined up now for some shots. 1, 2, 3. Made some nice improvements to that robot. I know it was struggling a bit at the last meet. They've put some nice aluminum components on that robot, and it's a scoring machine now at this 4th league meet. Octobots coming back with a few more now. They got that floor intake, but they still like to go over to the human player zone just because they know there's almost always artifacts there for them to scoop up. Unga Bunga now lining up. 1 goes sailing over. They've got a lot of power on that shooter, but it seems like consistency is just the thing they haven't been able to hit just yet. They get that last one in, though. Red classifier very full. Just saw a bunch of overflow shots fall over as Bionic Dutch empties it out, then uses that big floor intake to suck up a bunch of artifacts. Octobots now working to fill it back up. Unga Bunga trying to answer for blue. A lot of back and forth in this match. 7 C's now back with their robot. 1, 2, and 3 with that nice hood shooter. That's a common mechanism that we've seen teams across the world use this season and teams in our league. I know teams like Circuit Breakers and Norwalk use them. Seems like hood shooters are the way to go. So Heatwaves also use one on their new robot today. As we've got both classifiers full now. Blue tosses up an overflow shot with just over 10 seconds to go. Octobots going for some long 1-point shots. Teams are just going to the base now. 3, 2, 1. And that concludes a high-scoring qualification match number 10. Big scoring from both of our alliances. Both classifiers are full, but thanks to a lot of those auto points and how much they emptied out the classifier, Red's got a really high score showing up here. And it looks like, if I count right now, each of our alliances has 6 correct in the classifier. That is the right pattern. So if either one of them had at least 3 right in auto, they might be able to pick up that ranking point. And I think Red did, so they might be getting an extra ranking point to improve their tally. All right, I've been told that after qualification match 12, so 2 more matches after this, we're going to take our lunch break. So 1 more match on each of our fields, then we'll go to lunch. So if your team is already done playing, aka you're not playing in 10, 11, or 12, recommend you go ahead and get some lunch before our line starts to get too long. That way all of our teams are ready to come back when lunch is done. All right, sounds like we got a score in for this match. Pretty high score by our Red Alliance. High. Red is going to take the win with a score of 196 to 100. A lot of foul points once again. Believe that was for one of our teams, again, hitting the opposing alliance gate and letting artifacts out of it. Still didn't affect the overall outcome. Even without those fouls, Red does have the win. But teams, again, got to be careful. Also, 5 ranking points for Red, moving both those teams up. All right, back on field 1 now. One of our last 2 matches before we go to our lunch break. Let's see who we've got queued up. Starting on Red, we've got team 14568. That's Norwalk Robo Warriors Gold. And their partner, still ranked in second, it's team 31844, Control Alt Defeat. And now representing blue with their new robot, it's team 26192, Heat Waves. And last but not least, it's team 7823, that's Roadrunner Robotics. We're waiting on some clarification of the rules, then we'll get randomization set up. All right, making sure all of our teams are properly set up. Got to be either touching the field wall or the goal like these teams at the back of the field are doing. Looks like everyone's set. Hands off. Let's go ahead and randomize our field. We're going to get motif 2 for this match. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? I've got a thumbs up. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go. All 4 robots going once again. Control Alt Defeat first to strike, hitting a couple shots as their partner Norwalk Gold tries to shoot from the far zone. Heat Waves using that new robot, getting 1, 2, 3, and coming back for 3 more now. And getting 1, 2, and 3 of them. Again, a hood shooter that we see is very effective. Robot does a bit of shaking there, and they just elect to stop their auto. 3-point lead currently for Blue, thanks to getting 6 into that classifier. Nice stuff from both of our alliances.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Blue ends with a 9-point lead now coming out of auto, thanks to those shots by Heat Waves. Can they continue their consistent shooting with that new robot? Red trying to answer. Norwalk Gold first to score for that alliance as Control Alt Defeat comes back with 3 more. They've got a very simple robot, but they've used it very effectively. Second in the league with that robot. Now launching up, missing their first shot, but almost getting that second one. Can they get the third? They do. Heat Waves are going very fast. New robots clearly got some fast motors on that drivetrain. They've got an artifact in. Can they get it up into their goal? They do. 3 more points for the Blue Alliance by getting that artifact into the goal as Control Defeat's calling for the FTA again. Not the first time we've seen that today. Seems like a few of our teams are having some more technical issues. Red empties out the classifier now, courtesy of 14568. That's Norwalk Robo Warriors Gold. No teams currently with artifacts in their robot. Heat Waves picking some up. Actually, Control Defeat did have some in their robot, but the robot isn't moving, so those aren't going to do them much good for now until the FTA can help them get back on their feet. Roadrunner Robotics, seems like they might be having some mobility issues. They're just kind of chilling in the middle of the field. Haven't picked up any artifacts yet. Can they get back to their shooting ways that we saw at the last meet? Norwalk Gold trying to get the Red Alliance back in this match. They're down by just 14 points. A few more shots would quickly make up that difference, but Heat Waves continues to score basically solo in this match. 30 seconds left. Seems a little late to empty that classifier, so don't think they'll do that. Instead, they're going to keep getting those 1-point overflow shots as the opposing alliance hits the gate. And once again, we see a team hitting the opposing alliance gate for, I believe, the 3rd match in a row. Those are going to be some foul points if what I saw was indeed true. Control Defeat, unfortunately, still not going. 3, 2, 1. And some last-second base points for both of our alliances. Let's give these teams a round of applause. And I believe because of that opposing alliance touching the gate, we've seen the Blue Alliance score climb up quite a bit. So unless Red did a lot of scoring that I didn't see, are there some other foul points incurred by the Blue Alliance? Looks like we might have another high-scoring win on our hands. All right, sounds like we got scores for that match now. Let's see. Winner is our Blue Alliance with a score of 239-263, 150 foul points for another new high score of the day. But not a state record nor a league record just because so much of that was foul points and not actual scoring. Nonetheless, 5 ranking points helping out both Heat Waves and Roadrunner Robotics. Moving back to Field 2 for our last qualification match before lunch, and hopefully not the 4th match in a row where we see a team get major fouls for touching the opposing alliance gate. Let's meet our teams on the Red Alliance, starting off with team 30586. That's the Coding Goats. And they're partnered with team 33528. That's the Pancake Annihilators. Now representing blue, it's team 8938. That's Octobots. And last but not least, we've got team 18,200. That's MSTM Techno Devils. All right, we got our 4 teams on the field. FTA is stepping out. Hands off, everyone. Let's go ahead and randomize. And we've got motif 2 for our last qualification before lunch. All right. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Got a thumbs up from our scorekeeper. Don't touch the opposing Alliance gate. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, another match getting going. Last one before lunch. Will we see a new true high score and not one just because of fouls? 2 artifacts now, 3 for blue, and 4 in that Red Alliance classifier, courtesy of both Coding Goats and Pancake Annihilators. Octobots doing a bit of a twirl around. Looks like they're going to go grab some more artifacts, but they've gotten a little caught up on Techno Devils. They got 2 in their robot. Will they launch or wait until the end? They're going to wait until teleop.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Very close match. 22-26. Blue with a slight lead just because of more pattern points, but now we've got Octobots quickly scoring and coming back with a couple more, using that floor intake to their advantage. MSTM Techno Devil seems to be down for the count right now, right in front of that red classifier. Don't know if those artifacts will be able to come out if red needs to empty it out. We're going to have to wait and see if they're able to get back online with the help of the FTA. Usually not a lot these FTAs can do. Usually just restarting the robot, resetting the controller app is the best way to go. Coding Goats tossing up a couple shots, just not quite getting the consistency they need. They've been able to throw up a lot more shots today. Got a new intake, it looks like, on their robot. Some squishy TPU intake wheels. However, Octobots also with a really effective intake, grabbing them from all over the field and tossing them up into that blue goal. Red's classifier is full now, and we're going to see that predicament. Can that goal be or that classifier be emptied out with Techno Devil sitting right there? The artifacts are kind of just piling up in front of their robot as Coding Goats and Pancake Annihilators continue to launch. Both classifiers full now. Octobots doing a lot of solo scoring and empties out the classifier. Looks like there's a lot of confusion as what to do on the Red Alliance now that that classifier is full. Techno Devil's still unfortunately down. I see the wheels moving on their robot. Maybe they can get going now. And the red classifier now gets emptied out with just 25 seconds left. Can they get that filled up once again? Octobots launching a couple shots. As we enter the last 20 seconds, Blue's got a bit of a lead. Can Red get that classifier filled and catch it up? Coding Goats going for a couple, 1 and just missing the second one. Again, these shots aren't easy to hit, and we've seen that from a lot of our teams today. Teams going to park now with just 2 and 1 second, and that's the end of our last match before lunch. All right, sounds like we got a score submitted for our last match before our lunch break. There's going to be our Blue Alliance with a score of 103-65 for ranking points for Blue, keeping Techno Devils and Octobots in the top 7 of our rankings. And I'm told that now we will start our lunch break and come back at 12:40. And when it gets to 12:40, we want all of our teams here to take a team photo at the far end of the bleachers. So please have your team and your robot here by 12:40. That's in 33 minutes. So go get some lunch, be back. We'll see you in a bit.
Anybody hear me? Oh my gosh. Better watch out. You better not cry. You better not pout. I'm telling you why. Santa Claus is coming to town. I don't know what the the lyrics are. He sees you when you're sleeping. He knows when you're awake. He knows when you've been bad or good. So be good for goodness sake. Hey, you better watch out. You better not cry. You better not pout. I'm telling you why. No one's singing. Come on. The Claus is coming to town.
All right, we're going to be starting up with matches here again. So if you're in qualification match 13 or 14, aka one of the first matches on either of our fields, please don't really go anywhere. Bring your robot right over to queue and then get on the field. And in case you don't know, that's Team 10435 Circuit Breakers, Team 24438 Create the Future, 21718 Unga Bunga Bongos, 14568 Norwalk Robo Warriors Gold. All those teams are on field 1, and on field 2, we need 12783 Norwalk Robo Warriors Purple, 13085 Bionic Dutch, 27302 Velocity, and 26192 Heat Wave. So if you're one of those 8 teams I listed, please stay here in the gym, or if you already left, grab what you need for your matches, then come right back out here, because then we're going to get started with our matches. Thank you. All right, I'm told we just got more cheese and pepperoni pizza at the concession stand. So if you're hungry and want some more pizza or didn't get any before, please head on out there because they've got a lot more pizza ready for you guys. All right, now that we finally got all of our teams here on the field getting set up, let's see who we've got for this match. Starting on the Red Alliance, we've got team 10435. That's Circuit Breakers. And their alliance partner, team 24438, Create the Future. Now, representing blue, we have team 14568, Norwalk Robo Warriors Gold. And last but not least, it's team 21718. It's the Unga Bunga Bongos. All right, teams finishing their subs. A couple teams using some cleaning wipes to get those flywheels cleaned off and ready to go. Just making sure they get plenty of grip for this upcoming match. All right, I'm here with Team 24438, Create the Future. I'm told they have a food drive they're running today. Tell me more about what you've got going on for your team.
Yeah, so we recently learned that 1 in 8 Iowans face food insecurity, and 1 in 6 of them are children. So we want to do what we can to help the community around us. So we partnered with the Food Bank of Iowa to host a food drive. We are at around 40 pounds right now, and donations are still coming in. So we're really happy. And we'd like to thank everybody that's donated so far. Thank you for everything you're doing for the community. Keep the donations coming. We love you guys. Thank you.
Awesome stuff. Yes, 1 in 8 Iowans dealing with food insecurity, 1 in 6 children. So really awesome stuff that this team is doing. So if you want to help them out, go talk to them in their pit, talk to their team members, their mentors, figure out how you can help if you're interested in helping them out. It's also on their website and Instagram, I'm told. So another way to go help them out and help out your community here in Central Iowa. All right, looks like our teams are finalizing their setups here. Once they got that going, we'll get started with this first match. All right, once again, making sure everyone's got their safety glasses on. Pretty important in this year's game. Not something we've seen in the past, but this year, a lot of artifacts flying all over the field as these teams still work on making those shooters consistent. All right, looks like everyone's set now. Hands off. Let's go ahead and randomize the field. Motif 3 for this first qualification match back from our lunch break. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Our scorekeeper's giving me a thumbs up. Let's get going in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, a bit of early shooting there from Create the Future. Doesn't quite make it to the goal, as now we see all of our robots attempting more shots. Circuit Breakers and Unga Bunga Bongos both knocking down 2, as Circuit Breakers emptying out the few that were in that classifier and now going back for more. However, none in the robot right now. Oop, seems like the robot's smart enough to realize that, then went back to get some more artifacts. 1, can they get these last 2, 3? There we go. Oh, missed that last one due to a lot of backspin on that shot.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
From our Red Alliance, thanks to 1 more artifact into that classifier and some pattern points as well. Now both Red Robots queuing up for some shots. Circuit Breakers and Create the Future working together, hitting some of those shots, and also hitting our field crew, as has been happening a lot this season. Unga Bunga Bongos, though, finally might be locking in that shooter, hitting 3 shots in a row, but oops, accidentally shooting one out of the robot when they were not in the launch zone. Red classifier already full. Blue has 6 in it, though. Not too shabby from both of our alliances. Now 7 for blue. A lot of jockeying for position there at the middle of the field. That's where these teams like to shoot from. It's an easy, measurable spot. That's one of the hard things about this year's challenge. All these shooters are usually designed for a specific point on the field. So if there's another robot at that point, you either need to find a new solution or push them out of the way. And we're seeing a lot of teams do that when they go to the middle of the field, as that's where a lot of teams have designed their shooters to shoot from. However, the most successful teams we've seen are the ones that can shoot from anywhere. They have methods of controlling their flywheel speed or the angle of their shooter to allow them to shoot from anywhere inside those 2 launch zones. A lot of blue artifacts going up, full classifier, and I just saw 3 or 4 overflow shots go down. Just over 40 seconds left in this match, and Red's got a bit of a lead, even though they have an empty classifier right now. They're going to have to get that filled up again if they want to nab those precious pattern points and get a ranking point. Looks like blue is just content to keep filling up with overflow. They haven't emptied out that gate, and at this point, it doesn't seem like they want to. Red getting that classifier filled back up now. 6 circuit breakers and create the future. In the last 20 seconds now, Norwalk Gold tossing up another overflow shot. Again, those shots aren't worth a lot of points, so this could be an interesting strategy play. Teams parking now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that's the end of qualification match number 13. Once again, both classifiers fill at the end of that match. And on red, something we haven't seen much, all purple artifacts. So easy to count the pattern points in that one. They get 6 in the right position since they didn't put any green ones in there. Meanwhile, on blue, mix of purple and green artifacts. If I'm doing my math right, it looks like just 4 of those are going to nab pattern points. So not sure if either of these alliances will have enough to get the ranking point. We're going to find out once our final scores come up on the board. All right, we've got a score from qualification match. This is going to be our Red Alliance with a final score of 122 to 93. 4 ranking points for both our Red Alliance teams, helping them out in our league rankings. Moving back to field 2 now. Going to start cheering through a lot of these matches. We've got, if I'm doing my math right, another 20 to go before we reach the end of league meet number 4 here in Norwalk. Let's see who we've got on our Red Alliance. Starting off with team 13085. That's Bionic Dutch. And their alliance partner is team 12783, Norwalk Robo Warriors Purple. Now representing blue, we have team 26192. That's Heat Waves. And they're paired up with team 27302. That's Velocity. All right, our 4 teams are set. Hands off. Let's randomize our field. And we got motif 2, so we don't have to change anything. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? I've got a thumbs up. Let's get going in 3, 2, 1, go. Quick motion by a lot of our robots here. Norwalk first to score, 1, 2, and almost a third, but Bionic Dutch making up for that missed shot with a couple of their own. However, Heat Waves doing all the scoring here for blue. That's 3 into the classifier. 3 more they've picked up. Bionic Dutch also picked up a couple more. Missed both of those, unfortunately, as Heat Waves goes for a third set of 3. Only picked up 2 of them. Can they get those up into the goal? 1 and 2. Really consistent shooting from that new robot.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Into teleop now. 8 artifacts already in the Blue Alliance classifier. Good stuff. But Red is another alliance of capable shooters. No doubt that they can definitely make up this gap. Currently down by just 13 points. Velocity didn't shoot in auto, but now they're chipping in a bit here in teleop, lining up and shooting at the goal as Red empties out their own classifier. Got the feeling both alliances are going to be doing that at least 1 or 2 more times during this match. Norwalk Purple going back, shooting up 1, and then trying to get the next ones in. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, Norwalk. That's Velocity empties out the blue classifier. Red a little bit ahead on the teleop scoring here as Heat Waves misses a rare shot, but they made that second one to make up for it, and going back now to the human player station to get some more of those artifacts. Norwalk just keeps going, tossing up more and more shots as Bionic Dutch goes for some far ones from that launch zone at the front of the field. Now 6 in the red classifier. Red's caught up and taken the lead. It's an 8-point lead for our Red Alliance. Now Velocity and Heat Waves striking back, tossing a few up into the goal. Heat Waves, even while they're getting pushed around, still hitting their shots. Great stuff from that new robot. Bionic Dutch now getting some long shots. Just 1 from that robot with the big intake and the pink shooter. Blue getting their classifier filled up. Red still has a few to go with 35 seconds left. Will any of these get emptied out again? Getting a little late, but it might be worth the points. Norwalk Purple finishing out that classifier now, just getting overflow points. A lot of yelling and communicating between these teams right now as we reach the end of our match. Last 20 seconds now, and both alliances just seem content to do overflow and are now talking about parking. Heat Waves going for some extra points here at the end, but those are only 1-point shots even if they go down, which they've missed a couple. Getting that last one now going to park. 3, 2, 1. And all teams content to park at the end of that match. Red's got a bit of a lead right now. A lot of artifacts thrown up by them, but Blue was not slouching either. They've got a full classifier, as well as a few overflow shots that got stuck on top. Those do not count for 3. Those are still just 1 point, even though they didn't fall all the way off that ramp. All right, sounds like we got scores from that match. Sounds like it was pretty clean. Good scoring by both of our alliances. I think we're going to clarify those fouls to our teams before we go ahead and see that score. Score of 126 to 104. Both alliances clearing 100. 4 ranking points for red, pushing Bionic Dutch up into 11th, keeping Norwalk Robo Warriors purple in that 5th place position. And based off the number of teams we have, as long as everyone shows up to league tournament, we should have 6 alliances of 2 teams. So effectively, our top 12 teams will be in alliances, but not necessarily the top 12 teams in ranking. The top 6 captains will pick whatever teams they want. They could pick the last team if they want, the last place team. That's ultimately up to them and whatever strategy they determine. Let's meet 4 more teams that I'm sure will be playing deep into our league tournament. Starting on red, we've got team 31,045. That's Circuit Bacon. And their alliance partners, team 22189 Kronos. Now representing our blue alliance, we have team 31844, Control Alt Defeat. And finally, team 24358, Ragnarok. All right, we're fixing the field a little bit here, trying to figure out where our artifacts are supposed to be located. Looks like a few artifacts were picked up from the wrong spot. All right, got a thumbs up from our teams now. Take your hands off, everyone. Let's randomize our field. Going to be Motif 2 again for this match. See if this bodes well for any of our teams that might not have vision implemented just yet. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? I've got a thumbs up. Let's get started in 3, 2, 1, go. A little bit of a delay on our starting buzzer there, but I've got all 4 robots going here. A lot of shots going up on blue, but a lot of them bouncing out as well. Only 2 that end up going down. Kronos was able to hit 1 for red, and I think they're just going to be content to park now for the end of this Atomus period. Ragnarok trying to go back and get some more. They got 1 picked up, almost that second one in, then going for some far shots. And that one just barely bounces in, bounced off the front rim and in for the Blue Alliance. Narrow lead, 13 to 11.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, robots going again now. Intel out, manual control by these drivers as Ragnarok shoots out 3 rapid-fire shots. This was something we talked about earlier, teams around the world being capable of shooting 3 in a row, especially early in the match here where pattern points don't matter. Pattern points only scored at the end of the match, so early here in teleop, teams should realistically just be shooting whatever they want especially if they know they're capable of emptying out the classifier later on in the match. Ragnarok now doing that same strategy again, although not working quite as well. Tossing up 2 shots, but both of them kind of going all over the place and going up over the goal now. Circuit Bacon now answering for the Red Alliance. Usually just holding 1 or 2 artifacts at a time, but those shots do seem pretty consistent from them as their partner Kronos going 1, 2, and almost 3 for 3 at that Red Alliance goal. Control, Alt, Defeat, and Ragnarok just attacking our poor field crew over here on the left side of the field. Only 6 have ended up in that classifier. And Ragnarok just having some issues with those shots going off to the side. I heard them talking about that earlier on in the day before matches. Just not getting the shot consistency that they'd like. Getting that last one, though, up to 7 in the blue classifier. But Red's got 5 of their own, and 40 seconds left in this match now. Blue almost, oh, there again, the classifier filled up with a bit of a shot that bounces over. And some defense going on at the back of the field now, and Ragnarok just isn't quite hitting these shots, unfortunately. They've still got a lead here in this match, but ultimately all these teams might have to work on shot consistency as we get deeper into the season. Last 20 seconds of the match now. Both classifiers full. Sounds like teams are getting ready to park, knowing that's probably the best way for them to get another ranking point. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that is the end of qualification match 15. All right, sounds like we've got a score. Our winner is the Blue Alliance with a score of 93-54. 4 ranking points for Blue, keeping those teams both positioned in the top 3, although not enough to move up past our circuit breakers. Moving back to field 2 now. We're getting ready for qualification match 16, about halfway through our qualification matches on the day. Representing our Red Alliance, we've got team 7823. That's Roadrunner Robotics. And their partner is team 30700. That's 7 C's. Then representing Blue but wearing red, it's team 6147 Nubotics. And then it's our team currently ranked 4th. That's 25957 Quantum Igniters. All right. We've got 4 teams set. Hands off, everyone. Let's randomize our field. We got Motif 1 for this qualification match. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? I've got a thumbs up. Let's get this one going in 3, 2, 1, go. Bit of contact there at the back of the field between opposing Alliance robots. Have to see what happens as a result of that, as our 2 robots here at the back of the field are launching up into those goals. 5 into the blue classifier, 3 for red, courtesy of Quantum Igniters and 7Cs respectively. Quantum Igniters not quite get those shots picked up, and now 5 into the red classifier as well. 7Cs appears to be done. Quantum gets 3 more at the end. Almost a full classifier for blue.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right. Immediately, blue and red both empty out those classifiers. 7Cs and Quantum Igniters, similar robots, floor intakes with those grippy rollers and then hood shooters that are going to allow them to hopefully score a lot of points in this match. New box with a different mechanism, though. They got that cannon, it says right on it, so I know what it is, that launches those artifacts up into the goal. However, it's also just a flywheel shooter, just with a bit of a different form factor to it. Looks like 7Cs is, oh, they weren't moving there for a second. Back online now, as we see Roadrunner trying to go back and shoot. I hear their flywheels going. They're trying to get that artifact up into the shooter, but just getting a little stuck in their robot as 7Cs tosses up a few for the Red Alliance. Blue already getting that classifier almost full. New box just misses that last shot. Quantum Igniters going back, hits a couple shots. One of those is overflow, and looks like New box is going to go empty out that gate, which they do. All those artifacts come pouring out. They're going to have to fill it up all over again if they want those pattern points. However, the main reason those teams are emptying it out is so that they can get more classified shots. Any artifact that lands there at the bottom of the ramp and stays there is 3 points. Whereas if it's filled and then the artifact just rolls over the top, only 1 point. That's why you see these teams emptying it out, sometimes even 2 or 3 times a match, to ensure maximum points for their alliance. Just over 30 seconds now. A lot of scoring still going on. Blue does have a lead, though, since red was disconnected there for a little bit, and both blue robots really contributing to the score of this match. From Quantum Igniters as we start to get down to the end of this match. New box already going to park. Roadrunner doing the same. Our 2 biggest scorers here, Quantum and 7Cs, content to keep shooting. Looks like 7Cs going to park. Quantum doing the same now. 3, 2, 1. And that buzzer means the end of qualification match number 16. All right, we've got a score for winner is Blue with a score of 110-81. 5 ranking points for Quantum Igniters and Nubotics. Some foul points boosting up that Red Alliance score. Fouls are 5 points for a minor, 15 for a major. So this match didn't quite make the difference, but a lot of matches we've seen, even just 5 or 10 points, could change the outcome. Moving back to Field 1 now. Hopefully got a clean match coming up. Let's see who we've got on the Red Alliance. Starting off, we have Team 31-844. That's Control Alt Defeat. And they're paired up with Team 18527. That's the PCM Alchemist. Representing Blue now, we have Team 22,187. That's Phoenix. And their partner, Team 12783, Norwalk Robo Warriors Purple. I'm seeing thumbs up from our teams. Everyone take your hands off. Let's randomize our field. We're going to get motif 2 once again, so we'll leave the obelisk at the back of the field just how it is. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? I've got a thumbs up. Let's get going in 3, 2, 1, go. Team's wasting no time. Bit of a premature launch there by Phoenix at the front of the field as Norwalk hits 2 shots for the Blue Alliance, but Control Alt Defeat matches that for Red. However, Norwalk's got that floor intake, picking up 3 more, tossing them up and in, whereas Control Alt Defeat can only have those artifacts placed in by the human player, which is not allowed during auto. So Norwalk with a lot of scoring potential here, going for 3 more. Looks like those last 2 didn't get into the intake, got stuck by side by side.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, 43-14 coming out of auto for Blue as Norwalk empties out that classifier that they so quickly filled up in auto. Going to be a lot of scoring going on here, though. PCM is pretty quick in teleop. Doesn't have as much for auto, but already tossing up 3, 4, 5, 6 shots now for the Red Alliance into that classifier, courtesy of Control Alt Defeat and PCM. Phoenix and Norwalk Purple working together now, going up for that Blue Alliance goal. Norwalk trying to get the ball into their shooter and instead kind of spitting them out, trying to get those artifacts positioned how they want them. Red, full classifier already. PCM's going to empty that out now so they can get more of those 3-point shots, which they're definitely going to need to catch up in this match. Blue still working a little bit to get shots up into that goal. Looks like Norwalk might be struggling with their shooter as they accidentally shoot one over towards their alliance partners' drivers. Just over a minute left now. Blue only up by 9 now. That was about a 30-point lead coming out of auto, but Norwalk is back to scoring now. So Red has had a chance, but can they catch all the way back up? Control Alt Defeat 1, 2, and 3 green artifacts in a row for our Red Alliance. As Norwalk now, once again, having some issues getting artifacts up into that shooter, but now almost a full classifier for Blue. Under 40 seconds to go now. Norwalk missing a shot, almost bounces into their alliance partner. PCM just continues to pile on shots for our Red Alliance as Control Alt Defeat wants more artifacts in their robot, but their human player only has 1. Make it 2 now, so they can't get a full robot before they go shoot. Norwalk just doing some overflow shots now. A little too late in the match to risk emptying out that classifier and losing all those pattern points. Both classifiers full as we see a couple teams going to park. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And all teams park at the end of that qualification match. score of 143 to 86. 5 ranking points for Blue. That's enough to help move Phoenix up in the rankings. All the other teams hold their position inside the top 10. 35 foul points benefiting Blue. Again, fouls being a big part of this year's game. Hard to avoid, but the teams that are able to avoid them definitely going to be the ones that perform well at our league tournament. We've got an exciting match queued up over here on field 2. Let's see who we've got ready to play. Starting on red, our number 1 ranked team. It's 10435 Circuit Breakers. And their partner, only ranked 13th, but they've played well today. It's team 26192 Heat Waves. Representing Blue, we've got team 30700. That's 7 C's. And their alliance partner, team 31045 Circuit Bacon. All right, teams finishing their setup, making sure they've initialized either an autonomous mode or a teleop mode. Gotta do one or the other. Hands off, everyone. Let's randomize our field. We've got motif 2 for, I believe, the second match in a row. All right, there we go. Obelisk is set. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? I've got a thumbs up from our scorekeeper. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go. All 4 of our robots moving. See if they all shoot or if some just decide to get off that launch line. Looks like Heat Waves and Circuit Breakers going for more off those spike marks. Heat Waves, 3 total shots scored. Circuit Breakers got a few, then emptied them out, and are now going for more off those spike marks. Didn't quite get all 3 picked up there, so that might affect their ability to get this pattern ranking point. 6 seconds left now. 1, 2, and 3 more for Circuit Breakers. Almost a full classifier as auto ends.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Heard Circuit Breakers talking. I was counting at the same time. They had 6 in the right position there in their classifier, so that means they need 3 here at the end of teleop to get the ranking point. Also saw the blue human player get shot by one of the red robots. Not the best showing of gracious professionalism, although I'm sure it wasn't intentional. Now we got Heat Waves. They didn't score in auto there because their partner Circuit Breakers has a very capable auto. Got the feeling those teams are going to work in tandem here to get some really good scores. However, 7 C's and Circuit Bacon, another couple capable robots representing our Blue Alliance. Can tell both of them have made some upgrades since our last league meet as they both throw up multiple shots in a row. Red got a bit of a lead here thanks to that big auto. Currently 73 to 22 with about minute 10 left in this qualification match. Circuit Bacon filling up their robot with artifacts. They don't have a floor intake like some of the other robots in this match, so they got to go to that human player and rely on them to fill up their robot with artifacts. 7C's spitting out a few artifacts as Red unleashes a scoring fury. 5 shots going down for our 2 Red Alliance robots. Circuit Bacon falling just a little short on that shot, now driving back over to their human player, trying to get some more of those artifacts. Red just keeps going, though. They're emptying out those artifacts and then immediately grabbing them out of those human player zones, getting that classifier filled up once again with just over 30 seconds left to play in this match. Red is just 4 artifacts short of that ranking point now. Now I believe just 1 artifact short, and Heat Waves gets it. That's a ranking point for our Red Alliance. Going to be big for both of these teams. Help Circuit Breakers stay in first and help Heat Waves potentially move up in the rankings as we enter our last 20 seconds. More shots going down for Red. All these are just overflow now. A little too risky to empty out the classifier. Heat Waves and Circuit Bacon going to toss a few more up as I see a lot of our teams going over to Park. 3, 2, 1. And that's the conclusion of qualification match 18. Let's give these teams a big round of applause. We had a lot of scoring there. All right, finally getting the score submitted for that. Winner is our Red Alliance with a score of 161 to 100. So 146 without fouls, 5 ranking points for our Red Alliance. Looking at the field thereafter, Red missing out on 6 ranking points by just 1 artifact. If they'd had 1 more artifact in the right position in that classifier, they would have gotten that ranking point. So almost a full perfect 6 for Heat Waves and Circuit Breakers. Moving back to field 1 now. 4 more teams queued up. We're going to keep flying through these matches. Let's meet our Red Alliance, starting off with team 24438. Create the Future. And they're paired up with team 18527. That's the PCM Alchemists. Representing blue now, wearing blue, we've got team 18200. That's the MSTM Techno Devils. And their partner, team 25957. It's Quantum Igniters. All right, I see 4 teams set. Hands off, everyone. Let's randomize our field. We're going to get motif 1 for this qualification match, number 19. All set now. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? I've got a thumbs up. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, and go. All right, a lot of excitement for this match. Teams ready to play. A lot of shots going up for both sides. A lot going down for blue. Looks like Create the Future tossed a few up. Wasn't quite able to hit them as blue has 8 of the 9 spots filled in that classifier. Quantum Igniters, unfortunately, only picking up 1, but that's all they needed to get that filled up. Can they get some more? Looks like they hit their partner Techno Devils there. Looks like they're just going to be content to park there for now as we end the autonomous period.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Big points for blue, 45-6 lead as we enter auto, and I believe 6 artifacts in the right position there in that classifier. So only 3 more in the right position here at the end of teleop to get that ranking point. Very important to do that, though, because last match we saw Red Alliance only needed 2, and they didn't, or they needed 3, and they only got 2. So teams really need to think about what artifacts they're launching in these matches. Again, winning just isn't going to be enough to help out your ranking. 3 ranking points is nice, but 4, 5, or even 6 is what's really going to move you up. Techno Devils doing what they do best, shooting from that far zone, trying to get that last artifact into their shooter. There they go. Ooh, just sailing over to the right side of the goal. Harder to line up from that far away. Something that helps a lot of these teams is camera vision. That allows them to detect how far they are from the goal and align their robot accordingly with just the press of a button. Blue emptying out their classifier for the 2nd time in this match with over a minute left. They'll probably do it again before all is said and done. Red has 6 in their classifier now. Pretty good stuff as PCM adds 1, 2, and almost 3 more. Create the Future trying to help them out, get that last one in, but their shots are going just a little too low. A lot of power on those shots, but they just aren't quite angled how the team needs them. Blue continuing to score at will, courtesy of Techno Devils and Quantum Igniters. Working really well together. Quantum Igniters can focus on picking up artifacts off the floor and launching those up, while Techno Devils can focus on getting them from the human player. They just got a bunch more with over 20 seconds since Red just emptied their classifier too. Last 20 seconds now. Blue doesn't want to mess up their classifier. I think they've got enough for that ranking point, so they're just going to keep doing overflow shots, get a few extra points down the stretch. Teams are going to be shifting over to park now after they throw up these last few shots. 3, 2, 1, and controllers down. That's the end of our qualification match. Full classifier for blue, and with a green, purple, purple pattern, looks like 1, 2, 3 in the right position. That's going to be just enough for them to get that ranking point if these scores hold true. Not sure how our parks in the base are going to be scored here. Looks like red is 2 partials for sure, but blue I can't quite tell from here. So we'll see what the final score indicates and if that's enough for our Blue Alliance to pick up a ranking point for those movements. Looks like blue is just 3 artifacts short of that artifact ranking point as well. Got to shoot 36 up into the goal, whether they're overflow or classified artifacts. Blue Alliance with a score of 131-71. 5 ranking points for Blue. That gets Quantum Igniters up into 3rd. Keeps Techno Devils in 6th as well. Starting to see some movements in the rankings as these teams hit these big ranking point matches. All right, moving back to Field 2 now as our teams on Field 1 head back to the pits, work on their robots a bit before their next match or two. Let's meet our teams on the Red Alliance. Starting off, we've got Team 21718. That's the Unga Bunga Bongos. And their alliance partner, it's Team 7823. That's Roadrunner Robotics. Now, representing Blue, we've got Team 30586. That's the Coding Goats. And last but not least, it's their partner, Team 22189, Kronos. All right, I see 4 teams set. Hands off, everyone. We'll go ahead and randomize the field. And we're going to get Motif 3 for this match. I hear some teams excited about that. Red Alliance, are you ready? Let's get a little more energy. Red Alliance, are you ready? There we go. Blue Alliance, are you ready? I've got a thumbs up. Let's get this one going in 3, 2, 1, go. All right. Not a lot of noise coming from these robots. Some very quiet shooters. 2 shots up and in for Kronos, and 3 for Kronos as Unga Bunga Bongos throws some artifacts clear across the room, making sure our field crew gets some exercise as they go track those down before the teleop gets going. Like with 10 seconds left, all these teams are just content to stop moving, saving their artifacts for teleop, getting ready for what strategies they're going to employ to win this match.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
19-3 in favor of Blue coming out of Autonomous. 3 of our 4 robots going. I haven't seen Roadrunner Robotics get going yet. I see them fixing their controllers over there. Hopefully they'll be back online once they're able to do that. Coding Goats first to shoot artifacts in this teleop. They tossed a couple up for the Blue Alliance. Looks like their partner Kronos going back to what they did in auto. 1, 2, and 3 just glancing in for Blue as that Blue classifier is already full. Looks like Coding Goats is lining up. Going to go try to fill that or empty that out, which they do. Bunch of points now able to be scored again for that Blue Alliance as each shot that they put in that classifier now is 3 points until it gets filled up again. Both Blue robots shooting at the same time, although only a couple of those shots going in as Red starts to make an effort to fill up that classifier. Unga Bunga Bongos with 3 green artifacts, missing the first, changing their lineup a bit, going a little short on the second. Is the 3rd time the charm? It is indeed 3 more points for our Red Alliance. Blues answering, though. Kronos gets a couple in. Oh, that one just bounces out, unfortunately. Sometimes these artifacts behave in strange ways. Even if teams do everything in their power to get them in, sometimes they just bounce out due to how the field's set up. A little over 40 seconds left now. Unga Bunga Bongos shooting a couple close shots, making one of them this time as both teams working to get that classifier filled up again. Blue getting close to having another full one with 30 seconds left. Big lead for Blue right now, but fouls can always make a difference, so these teams need to be careful. Buzzer signal in the last 20 seconds now. It should be an audible reminder to teams that they might want to start thinking about the base or at least finish up the shots they're doing right now. Looks like Coding Goats is lining up. Red also lining up now for those base points. 3, 2, 1. And that concludes qualification match number 20. Full blue classifier. And with a purple, purple, green pattern, that's 1, 2, 3, 4 that are in the correct spot. Not sure if they were able to get that ranking point. Don't think they had enough in auto, but we're going to see when we get our final scores. All right, sounds like a pretty clean match that we just had. Let's take a look at those scores. Scores up the board. Winner is our Blue Alliance with a score of 93-30. 4 ranking points for Blue, moving both of those blue teams up in our rankings. Seems like almost every match, the winning alliance is getting at least 4 or 5 ranking points. Just shows that these teams that are performing well have learned how to pick up those ranking points. All right, back on field 1 now. We were missing one of our teams there for a minute, but we've got everyone here now, so let's see who we've got queued up for this match. Starting on red, it's team 6147. That's Nubotics. And their alliance partner just getting to the field was team 22187, Phoenix. Now representing blue, we've got team 13085. That's the Bionic Dutch. And their alliance partner, team 33528, the Pancake Annihilators. All right, we're helping our teams get their robots all set up. Once they've initialized an autonomous or a teleop, we'll go ahead and randomize our field. All right, I'm seeing thumbs up now. Hands off, everyone. Let's go ahead and randomize our field. Okay. And we've got motif 3 for this match. I'll have to see if that helps any of these teams. But if they can read the April tag, shouldn't matter which randomization we get. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? I've got a thumbs up. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, and go. All right, starting buzzer. First to shoot is New Box, hitting 1, 2. Can they hit the third? They do, but Blue hitting some shots of their own, or at least putting up a lot of shots. Only one of those goes down for Bionic Dutch and Pancake Annihilators. Bionic Dutch, hitting one into the bottom of the goal. It bounces up into the ramp, but that does not count for classified points. If it was in the right spot in the pattern, it would count, but since it was not, then that's just not going to get them any points as of right now.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, into telly up now. Blue's got a bit of a gap to make up, but 13-8 lead for Red, so anyone's game right now as Bionic Dutch misses that first shot, bounces out of the bottom of that goal, hits the second though. Red wasting no time. They've already got 4 into their own classifier. Looks like New Box has activated the light on the front of their robot there. Haven't seen that yet until now. I was talking to them earlier. Sounds like that's some sort of method for them determining when their flywheel is spun up. That way their drivers know when they can tell their robot to shoot. Because if their wheel isn't spinning fast enough and they accidentally shoot, might not go far enough. Could go too far if they shoot at a wrong time. Lots of ways teams use sensor feedback and driver feedback to help them perform in the teleoperated period. About a minute 10 to go now. Red is a little bit ahead, but not a lot of shooting going on right now. Blue tossing up a few now, but a lot of these shots are bouncing out. That's a consequence of putting a lot of spin on these shots. Sometimes that leads to them bouncing out more. Looks like Red has 7 of their 9 spots in the classifier filled. New Box trying to come over with a couple artifacts to make it 3. Can they get it filled up? 3 in the robot. Can they get over there? Pancake Annihilators also with 3. Looks like 6 now in the Blue Alliance classifier. We've got just over 30 seconds left in the match now. Looks like Phoenix might be having some technical issues. I see wheels turning in their robot. Oh, now they're back and going. Good stuff from Team 22187. Looks like the Blue Alliance classifier is full now. Red's still just at 7. Blue's a bit ahead. A lot of artifacts in that Red Alliance human player zone. Blue doesn't have access to them because of that then. 3, 2, 1. And that concludes qualification match number 21.
especially when there's things that
All right, I think we're good to see the score. Take a little bit of time. Winner's going to be our Blue Alliance with a score of 132-48. 4 ranking points for our Blue Alliance. Some fouls benefiting Blue, but ultimately not changing the tide of that match. All right. Gonna get going here again. Hopefully get through these last few matches a little bit quicker. Hopefully everyone plays a clean match. Don't have to worry about as many foul points. Red Alliance represented by team 24358 Ragnarok. And their alliance partner, team 27302 Velocity. We're representing Blue. We have team 8938. That's Octobots. And last but not least, it's their partner team, 14,568, Norwalk Robo Warriors Gold. All right, looks like everyone's set. Hands off. Let's randomize our field. And we're going to get a 3 for this match, which we already have set up. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? I've got a thumbs up. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go. All 4 robots going. Metalmotorum can hit those long shots. 1, 2. Didn't quite get the third out of their shooter. Looks like they might have gotten a little more consistency, though, that they were lacking earlier. Blue didn't do much in the first 5 or 10 seconds, but they got 5 in their classifier now. Red trying to answer with a few more, both from Velocity and Ragnarok. Ragnarok picked 1 more up. Can they get a shot from that far zone? Looks like they fall just short as their partner Velocity gets 1 up into that goal. Narrow lead for our Blue Alliance.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, all our teams going now. Looks like Norwalk Gold maybe just having some issues getting their teleop started. Might have to reset their controllers. That's a common thing we see these teams do. Blue classifier almost already full as Octobots rams it and empties out that gate. Ragnarok now trying to get honed in like they were with that old robot. grabbing a bunch of artifacts out of that secret tunnel zone. That's the taped off zone there on the side of the field. Going now to shoot 1 and 2, bouncing out, unfortunately. Octobots getting up to 5 now in that Blue Alliance goal. A lot of capable scorers in this match. Definitely going to see the classifiers continue to get emptied as these teams continue to score more and more artifacts. Looks like Blue, both robots shooting now. Octobots shooting a few, and Norwalk Gold trying to get those artifacts up into their flywheel. 1 and almost 2. Now almost filling that blue classifier with an alternating pattern of purple and green artifacts. Octobots indeed fills it up. A lot of time left in this match, though. I'm sure they're going to empty that. Indeed, they do. 1-2 quick shots for Ragnarok. Now 5 in that red classifier. Red trying to come back, down by 25 right now. A lot of artifacts over there at the left side of the field. Those are the ones that keep getting emptied out from the blue classifier. Red might have to come steal some of those if they want to turn the tide in this match. Seeing a lot of robot parts on the floor in this match. Bit of a 3D print. Don't know what robot that came from. And also a screw from one of our robots. Blue now filling that classifier again as Red has 6 in theirs right now. Gonna need a few more to get it filled up and hopefully turn the tide in this match. Looks like Ragnarok might just be in the base as we enter the last 20 seconds. I think something on their shooter might be broken. Blue continuing to do artifacts. 5 overflow now as Velocity gets 1 up for Red. More shots for Blue now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that's the end of qualification match 22. A lot of scoring by both of our alliances. Blue might get past that 100 mark. We'll just have to wait and see. All right, sounds like we got a score. Winner is our Blue Alliance with a score of 126-73 for ranking points for Blue. Norwalk Gold moving up to 15th. And again, only one more meet after this week. Here in a few weeks, we'll have league meet number 5 again here in Norwalk. And after that, just our league tournament to determine the final rankings before we head into the Alliance selection. Going to be exciting stuff as we play these last matches of the season and teams fight tooth and nail for the final ranking points. We got 4 more teams ready to fight for those ranking points. Let's see who we have on our Red Alliance. Starting off, we've got Team 21718, the Unga Bunga Bongos. And they're paired up with Team 33528. That's the Pancake Annihilators. Then representing Blue, we've got Team 26192, Heat Waves. And last but not least, it's Team 30700. That's 7 C's. All right, 4 teams that appear to be set. Hands off, everyone. Let's randomize our playing field. Yeah, can you not have your hand on the field? Can we go ahead and randomize the field? Sweet, thank you. Motif 3, same as the last time we had a match on this field. All right. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? All right, we're going to re-randomize just since we'd already called hands off. All right, we got motif 2 this time, so randomization does end up changing for this match. Red Alliance, you ready now? Blue Alliance, you still ready? All right, I've got a thumbs up. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, team's already moving. Looks like Heatwaves accidentally had an artifact roll out of their robot as they got going. 4 artifacts up for red, 2 for blue. Heatwaves coming back. Can they get a few more up and in? 1, make it 2, and 3 now. Blue's going to take a bit of a lead as Heatwaves gobbles a few more up. That robot shakes around a little bit while it moves, but seems to work just fine in the end, scoring a lot of these artifacts. Every shot they attempted went in.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Big lead for blue, 55-18 next to the Autonomous. Good scoring by this alliance, and quite a few in the right position as well. I count 5 that are in the right pattern, so if they get 4 by the end of teleop, then they will pick up that extra ranking point. Typically one of the easier ones to get. The movement ranking point seems to be the easiest. After that, the motif one, and the hardest by far been the artifact one. Got to get 36 up and into that goal to get that. I think we've got some teams capable of it in this match, though. 7th season, Heatwaves have been pretty prolific scorers, and Unga Bunga Bongos has been on a hot start for this match. Already 6 into that classifier as the drivers of Heatwaves get pelted with artifacts by their opponent. Don't know if that's an intentional strategy, trying to distract them, but it hasn't worked because blue has already filled up that classifier. 9 in there now, and I'm sure that'll be emptied out here with over 1:10 left in this match. Heatwaves doing just that now, lining up, opening that gate, letting them all pour out. And with 2 green artifacts in their robot, they're lining up, looking like they were going to shoot at me for a second. Now they're going over to the goal. Here comes their partner, 7 Cs. Will they get them up and in? 1, oh, missed the second, got the 3rd, though. And let's see, we've got a robot that looked like it was shooting a couple when it was outside of the launch zone. Team's got to be careful of that. Got to be in one of the triangular zones, either at the front of the field or the back of the field, before you can start launching those artifacts. Red classifier is full, but with 40 seconds left, don't know if they'll choose to empty that out or not. Blue classifier almost entirely empty, just 1 in it right now. They're going to need to get that filled up if they want to have any chance of getting those pattern ranking points that they needed. Just over 20 seconds now. Big lead for blue. Don't know if red's going to be able to catch up, but maybe they can score a ranking point out of this match. Bit of contact as we enter the last 20 seconds of the match. I see a battery hanging out of a robot. That team's going to have to be careful. And can Heatwaves get that last shot? 1 and 2, 3, 2, 1. And that concludes our qualification match. Let's give these teams a hand. Looks like blue in the end got 7 in the right position, or in the right pattern there in the blue classifier, so that will be enough to get them that ranking point. Looking like they're probably going to pick up the win ranking points here, bearing any big fouls. And blue is just currently 4 artifacts short of that artifact ranking point. Only shot 32 out of the required 36 artifacts. Just shows how difficult it is to pick up that extra ranking point. Blue Alliance with a score of 226-257, 70 foul points, boosting up that Blue Alliance score quite a bit. However, still a league high score for our Blue Alliance thanks to Heat Waves and 7Cs. Great stuff. 5 ranking points for those two teams. Actually helping Heat Waves jump from, I believe, 10th up into 8th, actually passing 7Cs. All right, we're set up here on field 2 for what looks to be a really good match. We've got all of these teams ranked in the top 6 currently. Let's see who we've got on red. Starting off, team 18200, Martinsville St. Mary's Techno Devils. And their partners, team 24358, Ragnarok. Representing blue, ranked number 1, it's 10435, Circuit Breakers. And last but clearly not least, it's team 12783, Norwalk Robo Warriors Purple. All right, looks like our 4 teams are set. Hands off, everyone. Let's randomize our field. And for this match, we're going to get motif 1. Don't know how that's going to affect the outcome of this match. Know some of these teams have vision. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? I've got a thumbs up. Let's get this one going in 3, 2, 1, and go. Again, all these teams currently ranked top 6, so we know they're more than capable of putting up some high scores. As you can see, artifacts going all over the place. I can't even keep track. Looks like blue had 3 in the classifier, but chose to empty those out. Red has 5, make it 6 now, courtesy of Ragnarok. Their robot performing pretty nicely here in this match. Got their intake fixed from that last match. Circuit Breakers adds 2 more. 1 more, courtesy of Ragnarok. 29-24 lead for Red, but Circuit Breakers adds 2 more at the end of auto.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Looks like both alliances have 4 in the correct pattern, if I counted right. Had to count pretty quickly there just because there was so much scoring going on. Norwalk first to strike here until but Ragnarok quickly tosses up a couple of their own with that rapid fire function they've been using today. Circuit Breakers going for some long shots, but being defended by Techno Devils. Both those teams like to shoot from that far zone, but usually don't have competition when they do that. So we're going to have to see how they react to being pushed around while trying to hit those shots. Blue classifier is now full. Red was, but it's empty now, courtesy of Techno Devils. These alliances are going to want those full 3-point shots. Norwalk knows that. They just emptied theirs out as well. Techno Devils getting hit as they shoot. Circuit Breakers jockeying for that optimal shooting position there at the front of the field. 4 now in the blue classifier as blue leads 77-44 with 1:10 to go. Blue classifier already almost full yet again, and it is full now. That's going to be emptied out here pretty quick, courtesy of 12783. Circuit Breakers now coming back. Didn't get that classifier quite all the way empty. There's a bunch of green artifacts in there now. They're going to want to empty that out, otherwise they're missing out on some big pattern points. Each component of the pattern always includes 1 green and then 2 purple in some order. As all those artifacts go pouring out of the blue classifier, still a few of them getting stuck in. Blue continuing to pour it on. Red scoring a lot, but just blue's getting so much in this match. 2 of the most prolific scorers in the league here on our Blue Alliance. About 25 seconds left now. Both scores just continuing to go up. I see Techno Devils hitting more of those long shots. Seems their defense was too much for Circuit Breakers to handle. As we're in the last 20 seconds, Circuit Breakers just kind of had to shift over as we hear some teams yelling, talking about defense and teams potentially getting in the way. I see 3D printed components flying around the field, falling off of robots. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that's the end of our match. What a great match by our teams. Big score from our Blue Alliance. Good stuff from them. Red definitely not slouching either. Getting a lot up into that classifier. Almost completely full here at the end of our match. think blue did do enough to get that ranking point. Not sure if red did or not, but we'll just have to see what the final scores show. With a score of 168 to 97. That's a new high score for our league now in back-to-back matches. 6 ranking points for both blue teams, getting Norwalk all the way from 5th up into 2nd. Huge move. Still 30 points short of the state record, though. Really shows how much work these teams have to keep doing if they want to be able to perform well and win the state championship this season. Moving back to field 1 now. Do we have a chance to see a 3rd league high score in a row? We're about to find out. Representing our Red Alliance, it's team 13085, the Bionic Dutch. And they're paired up with team 24438, Create the Future. Now representing blue, we have team 31844, Control Alt Defeat. And last but not least, it's team 30586, the Coding Goats. All right. FTA is going to make sure we got all of our teams initialized, ready to go for this match. I see thumbs up, hands off, everyone. Let's go ahead and randomize our field. We're going to get motif 1 for this match. Red Alliance, are you ready? All right, not ready yet. Oop, got to make sure everyone's got safety glasses here on our field. Gonna let our drive teams get safety glasses here before we get this match going. And like we've mentioned before, safety glass is very important this season because I've seen plenty of people, myself included, get hit by these artifacts. So if you don't want an eye getting taken out, if you don't want your eye shot out, make sure you're wearing those safety glasses. And yes, bring extras with you too. All right. Looks like everyone should be getting their safety glasses now. All right. Should be all set up now. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? All right. I've got a thumbs up from our scorekeeper now. Wait. All right. Now that we're all good to go, let's get started in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, bit of a delay to start that match there. Always remember your safety glasses, everyone. 1 shot for blue, 1 shot for red. Only 1 shot has gone down so far. That's courtesy of Control Alt Defeat on the Blue Alliance. Bionic Dutch going for some long-distance shots. They put up a lot of shots here in this autonomous period, but just haven't gotten any to go down just yet. 8 seconds left. They've got 3 more. Will they shoot or will they save these for teleop? Looks like they might be trying to shoot, but I hear that flywheel spinning down now.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, not a lot going on in that autonomous period, so we might not see that state or league record fall for the 3rd match in a row, but these teams have a lot of time to score in teleop, so I'm sure we're going to get some more good scores. All these teams a little lower in the rankings aside from Control Alt Defeat, so a win here plus any extra ranking points I'm sure would cause some motion in those rankings. Might sound crazy, but here at League Meet number 4, these matches could affect who gets to state depending on how well they're able to perform here in qualifications and then in the playoffs at League Tournament. Blue classifier almost completely full. Now it is full, courtesy of a last shot from Control Alt Defeat. 1 overflow shot as well. Again, only worth 1 point. Now Coding Goats emptying out that classifier and going back to shoot more artifacts. Red, still no artifacts in that classifier. I know Bionic Dutch is a pretty good shooter. They've got a bunch of artifacts in their robot. So does Create the Future, but I think Create the Future might just be playing defense. They've got all those artifacts in their robot, but those flywheels aren't spinning, and they're not trying to shoot. They're just ramming into the other robots. We'll have to make sure that they don't intentionally interfere with anyone and possibly incur any fouls. Blue continues to fill up that classifier, while Red still struggling to score a little bit. Coding Goats getting a 5th artifact in there, all of them purple for our Blue Alliance. Blue still with a pretty big lead here. Red's going to have to pour it on if they want that to change. Not sure if Bionic Dutch is capable of shooting either. They've got 3 artifacts in their robot, and they can't seem to get those up into the goal either. 3 more from Coding Goats. Nice stuff from them. Another one of our rookie teams shooting 3 as they fill up the classifier. I see teams lining up in the base now. 10 seconds left. Will there be any more shooting? Looks like all of our teams are just going to go try to park, put down their controllers early. 3, 2, 1. And they call them into an otherwise chaotic match here on Field 1. Seemed like both of our Red Alliance robots might have had some issues. Didn't see any artifacts launched there in the teleop period. Seems both of their robots might have had some issues getting those artifacts from their intakes up into their shooters. All right, sounds like we got a score for that match. Unfortunately, that winner is going to be our Blue Alliance with a score of 105-38. Red still picks up a ranking point. Blue gets 4, pushing Coding Goats up into 11th place in our current rankings. Moving back to field 2 now. We've got 4 more of our teams queued up with the potential to move up in our rankings with a big win, a lot of ranking points. Let's see who we've got queued up for red. Starting off, it's team 8938. That's the Octobots. And their partner, that's team 7823, Roadrunner Robotics. Now representing blue, we've got team 31045. That's Circuit Bacon. And lastly, it's team 22187 Phoenix. All right, looks like our 4 teams are set. Hands off, everyone. Let's randomize the field. All right, we got Motif 2 set now. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? I've got a thumbs up maybe from our scorekeeper. We good? Awesome stuff. Well, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, a big collision there between our blue robots. No foul since they're the same alliance, but that might throw off their attempts to score on this period. Octobots hitting 1 and 2 shots, missed the one in between. Still going to get them a couple extra pattern points. That first purple artifact in the right spot. Second one, unfortunately not. Going to grab 3 more off that spike mark now. Will they launch these or wait for teleop? They're going to launch 1 and 2, 3, both missed. So just 3 in the classifier for red.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Bit of an edge for red thanks to those 3 artifacts. Blue gonna try to catch back up now. Looks like Circuit Bacon almost getting a shot there, bouncing off the front and back rim of that goal. They've got another one though, and that one is up and in. Looks like Circuit Bacon, or excuse me, Roadrunner Robotics might be having some issues. I don't see any movement from their robot just yet. Hopefully they can get that one going and help out the Red Alliance. Both blue robots going though. They're gonna use this opportunity to catch back up as Roadrunner is finally going now. Great stuff to see for our Red Alliance. Red classifier is now full. Octobot's going to go over and empty that out. Looks like Roadrunner's right there to hopefully scoop up some of those and then launch them into the Red Alliance goal. Blue both have Both blue robots have artifacts ready to score. Looks like Circuit Bacon had some side spin on that shot, caused that one to miss by a little bit. Phoenix going for one, didn't quite get it. Almost gets the second one. Hard to hit these shots, but just how much power these shooters have. Octobots picking up some more from the human player station as their partner Roadrunner also trying to pick some up off the floor, get those up into the goal. Red classifier getting full almost again. Forget that. It's almost empty now. Octobots empties it out with about 45 to go. Can they get it filled before the end of this match? Looks like Roadrunner's got an artifact in the robot. I hear those flywheels spinning up. Can they get it up into the shooter? They can, but just not quite enough power to get it up into the goal. Does bounce back into their robot, though. Maybe that is going to help them score that here in a minute. Octobots picking up a few now. Looks like they're having trouble getting that artifact all the way into their robot. 20 seconds left now. They're going to have to act fast if they want to get that classifier filled back up again. Less than 20 to go now. 2 artifacts in each classifier. Not a lot of shooting going on right now. Will teams go to the base, or will they try to get some scoring done? Looks like both are going to go to the base. 3, 2, 1. And that's the end of qualification match 26. Let's give those teams a round of applause. A score of 81-21. Just 3 ranking points for Red. No other ranking points in that match, so no movement in our rankings. Still feels good for these teams to get a win as we start to wrap up our 4th league meet. Hopefully get some momentum going as we head towards League Meet 5 here in a few weeks. Moving back to Field 1 now. We got some teams in the holiday spirit for this match. Let's see who we've got. Starting off on red, it's team 1, 4, 5, 6, 8. Norwalk Robo Warriors gold. And their alliance partner team 6147 Nubotics. Then representing blue, we've got team 25957 Quantum Igniters. And last but not least, team 22189 Chronos. All right, looks like our teams are set here. Hands off, everyone. Let's randomize the field. And we got Motif 1, which is set. Doesn't sound like our teams are excited about that setup. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? I've got a thumbs up. Well, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, and go. All right, teams wasting no time. New box, first to strike. 1, 2, can they get the third? Indeed they do for the Red Alliance. Quantum Igniters also got 3, though. Although those 3 are all purple, and followed by 2 more purple and a green. Keep in mind, pattern is purple, purple, green. So 5 of those 6 in the right order. Now 6 out of 9, I believe, as they go for 3 more. These would just be overflow if they do get them. 1 almost gets in, but they do get the last 2, so 2 more points for our Blue Alliance.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Nice scoring from our Blue Alliance, 43-14 in favor of Blue, as Quantum Igniters immediately empties out that classifier ramp. Their partner Kronos didn't score an auto, but now 1, 2, and 3 for the Blue Alliance. Quantum Igniters shooting 3 in quick succession. One of the things that makes their robot so good, they don't have to wait a long time in between shots for their flywheel to recover its speed. They can just quickly shoot 1, 2, 3, shooting 2 really quick there on that cycle. Kronos now working for Blue. These Blue robots really fast. They've already filled the classifier again. Even though Kronos missed a couple shots, it bounces back into their robot, and they get it on the rebound. Great stuff from Kronos as an artifact bounces out and actually bounces back into the field. We're getting some crazy bounces in this match. Red has 4 on the classifier now. They've been working hard too. I haven't given them enough credit. Norwalk Gold hitting some far shots now. Not really something they were able to do at the last meet, at least not that I saw, but they've almost filled that classifier now. 8 out of 9 spots filled as 1 overflow slides over the top. Red now emptying out that classifier as Blue gets it up to 4, and Quantum Igniters decides they're going to go ahead and empty it out just so they have plenty of time to get it filled up again as we start to conclude this match. 45 seconds left, and Blue's got 87 points, leading over Red's 45. Kronos and Quantum Igniters searching around for artifacts, whereas Norwalk Gold and New Box already have a bunch in their robot, both launching at the same time, alternating shots to make sure they don't mess each other up. That's 7 now in the red classifier. However, Blue already full. Just so much quick scoring going on by Kronos and Quantum Igniters as we reach the last 20 seconds. Couple more by Quantum Igniters. Too late to risk emptying out the classifier, so they're just going to toss some overflow. Looks like teams are going to the bases now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And maybe a last-second full park by both of our alliances. We'll leave that up to the referees to find out. Looks like Nubotics is outside. Looks like Blue did cross that threshold for launching enough artifacts to get the ranking point. Quantum Igniters and Kronos both arguably playing their best match of the day when working together here, getting that ranking point. Plus, let's see, green, purple, purple was our pattern for this match. Looks like they've got 7 in the right spot. Combined with what they had in auto, that's going to be enough to get that ranking point. Could they have gotten all 6 ranking points here? Would be big for Quantum Igniters and for Kronos. Looks like Red was just maybe 1 artifact short of getting that motif ranking point for them. Unfortunate, but keep in mind, each artifact in the right position still gets them 2 points for their score. So even though they might not have gotten the ranking point, they're still going to get some good points for this match. All right, I believe our score has been submitted for that match. Winner's going to be our Blue Alliance with a score of 156-92. All 6 ranking points for Quantum Igniters and for Kronos. Help moving Quantum Igniters back up into 2nd. I believe that pushes Norwalk Robo Warriors Purple down, presumably to 3rd, and Kronos up into 7th. 1 ranking point for Red also helped New Box move up. Proof that even if you're not winning, it's still good to pick up those ranking points. They can help you out. Moving back to field 2, qualification match 28, getting ready. 6 matches left on the day, 3 on each of our playing fields. Let's see who we've got on our Red Alliance. Starting off, team 31045, that's Circuit Bacon. And they're paired up with team 18527, that's the PCM Alchemists. Now representing blue, we've got team 33528, that's the Pancake Annihilators. And last but not least, it's team 27302. That's Velocity. All right, making sure our robots are all set, good to go. All right, hands off, everyone. Let's go ahead and randomize the field. Gonna get motif 3 for this match. All right, Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Good energy, got a thumbs up. Oh, let's get this one going in 3, 2, 1, go. Got some quick movement by our two robots at the back of the field, almost making contact, but it doesn't look like they did. Few shots going up. Looks like Velocity was able to hit one, and now a second shot going down from Pancake Annihilators. Velocity going to scoop up some more, getting 2 out of the 3. Now 2 artifacts in each of our classifiers. Will Velocity get any more? I see their flywheels going. Now they're trying to get that up and in. There's 1. Can they get 2? Oh, just bouncing off the backboard. So good stuff from both our alliances.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Bit of an early start there for Velocity. These teams are just rearing to go and get scoring. Being the first one to scoop up these artifacts can be huge, because then that allows you to get them up into the goal before your opponent has a chance to get them from you. Pancake Annihilator shooting up over their opponent, their partner, Velocity, as Velocity's trying to shoot their own. Pancake Annihilators had to back up a little bit for that last shot, though, because they shoot out the side of their robot, and if they were too close to Velocity, they might launch it into their robot. However, those two teams are working together really well. They've got 8 now into that classifier. These are a couple of teams that aren't as high in the rankings, but they've really improved. So it's good stuff that we're seeing from all our teams. This could help them move up and be in a better position once we get to our league tournament. Another important thing to note is that at league tournament this year, it's not just who wins specific awards or who wins the robot that gets to advance to state. It's a combination of all those factors. There's a new point system this year, so you get points for where you're ranked and how well you do in the award category. So these teams, even if they don't do well in eliminations, want to be doing well in qualification matches to have a shot at making it to the state championship. These teams know that. Red emptied out their classifier a minute ago. Blue's got theirs full and continues to shoot with 40 seconds left to go. Red still with a bit of the lead. PCM and Circuit Bacon tossing up some artifacts. A little bit of side spin there from Circuit Bacon as Velocity empties out the classifier with just 30 to go. Can they get that filled back up in time, or will that move end up costing them points? We're going to have to wait and see. Saw an artifact go flying up there. Don't think it was in the launch zone. As we reach the end game, one shot for Blue just barely bounces in, hitting every part of the rim, it felt like. 10 seconds to go now. Teams are going to have to keep shooting and then make it over to the base quickly. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that's the end of qualification match number 28. All right, a lot of deliberation there on a number of fouls I was overhearing. Should be getting those here submitted in a sec, and we'll take a look at the score. It's the Red Alliance with a score of 101-98. Knew it was going to be close. Indeed it was. Just 3 points separating these two alliances. Those 4 ranking points helping move PCM up into 12th. 1 ranking point nabbed for that blue alliance, though. All right, moving back to field 1 now, making sure all of our teams have secure batteries. We've seen a couple fall out the last few matches, so we don't want that to be happening any more than it has to. Well, let's see who we've got queued up on red. Starting off, currently ranked number 10, it's 30700 7Cs. And their alliance partner, they were second, got bumped down to third after Quantum Igniters last match. It's team 12783, Norwalk Robo Warriors Purple. Now representing blue, we've got another Norwalk team. This is team 14568, Norwalk Robo Warriors Gold. And their partner, it's team 30586, the Coding Goats. All right, looks like all 4 of our teams are set. Hands off, everyone. Let's go ahead and randomize our field. We're going to get motif 1, which means I don't need to change anything. All right, making sure all our robots do have secure batteries like I was talking about just a minute ago. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? I've got a thumbs up. Let's get this one going in 3, 2, 1, go. All 4 robots moving at the exact same time. Norwalk first to strike with 1, now 2, and 3 into the goal. Blue trying to answer, though. That's the other Norwalk team, Norwalk Gold. They got 1 of their own, missed another, but Norwalk Purple now saying, we're the better Norwalk team. We're going to get some more. Norwalk Gold doing a bit of a dance. They might not be able to score as many, but they can sure dance. Looks like all of our teams are done scoring for this autonomous period. Red with a 24-14 edge.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, Red with a bit of the lead thanks to getting those extra artifacts, but this is a very close match still, so anything is on the table. Both red teams in the top 10, pretty prolific scores, but these blue teams, we've seen them kind of come into form throughout the day. Norwalk Gold and Coding Goats both have improved quite a bit today. Coding Goats with 3 artifacts in their robot now. Let's watch them go to score, line up with that goal. Flywheels are going. Can they get them into their shooter? Looks like right now they're maybe going to wait. Might be having some issues getting them to go into their shooter. Red, flurry of scoring from both 7Cs and Norwalk. Both have hood shooters. Norwalk has a turret that they use. I believe they use some camera vision and field localization to align that turret to the goal automatically, as Norwalk Gold keeps trying to shoot at me, hitting both to the left and right side. Some long shots going down. Looks like Coding Goats still is having some issues. They have those artifacts in their robot, but there's this little gate that's keeping them from getting into the shooter. Might have to play some defense now on Norwalk Purple, and they're shadowing them pretty well. Couple shots going up for 7Cs. Now 6 into that red classifier, giving Red a 51-26 lead with 45 seconds to go. Blue getting that classifier pretty full now. Can they catch up in this match after falling behind in auto? Red just putting up overflow shots now. Will they risk emptying that out with 30 seconds to go? Norwalk and 7Cs carefully navigating the field, trying to find more artifacts since both these classifiers are full. And that tells us it's the last 20 seconds of the match. Teams are going to hear that and start thinking about finishing up their cycles and then go into the base. I see 7th season Norwalk already doing that. They know they're probably not getting any other ranking points except for the base. 3, 2, 1. And a quiet end to qualification match 29. Let's give these teams a round of applause. All those teams got to the base with plenty of time to spare, so last few seconds, total quietness, something we don't see much in this year's game with all the constant noise of shrieking flywheels and intakes of the robots scurrying around the field. Both classifiers full, and with a green, purple, purple motif 1 pattern, looks like red got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 total in the right position, whereas blue got 1. Looks like they also got 7. So I think red might have gotten the ranking point. I think blue might have fallen 1 short. We'll have to see what the final score indicates. All right, sounds like our referees are finishing up here. Handful of minor fouls in that match. Winner is our Red Alliance with a score of 94-75. 5 ranking points for red. 7 C's up into 8th. Norwalk stays in 3rd. I should specify Norwalk purple stays in 3rd. Norwalk gold stays in 15th. And Coding Goats in 13th. All right, over here on field 2, we got some teams finalizing their setup. While they do that, let's meet the teams who we do have on the field. Starting off, we've got team A938. That's the Octobots. And they're paired up with team 27302, Velocity. Representing blue now, we have team 24438. That's Create the Future. And last but not least, we have team 6147, Newbotics. Looks like our teams have finished their setups and supposedly some repairs going on the field. Teams making sure their robot is all ready to go for this match. All right, everyone looks to be ready. Hands off. Let's go ahead and randomize our field. And we've got motif 1 for this match. All right, Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? I've got a thumbs up. Let's get going in 3, 2, 1, go. Another match kicks off here. A couple robots at the front of the field just moving, getting those leave points by leaving the launch zone. While at the back of the field, we've got teams launching some artifacts up into the goals. 2 for each of our alliances right now, both purple. So depending on what Octobots does here, we could have a tie coming out of the autonomous period. They've got 3 more. 1, almost 2, almost 3, but just getting 1, and not quite getting off that launch line, so it's going to be a tight match.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
It's a 2-point lead for red, 16-14. Only edge coming from that 3rd artifact, getting an extra 2 pattern points for the Red Alliance. That could prove crucial. A lot of these matches have ended up being pretty close, so these teams have to get every point they can if they want to come out victorious. And we see something that we've seen a lot, unfortunately. That's a team hitting the opposing alliance gate. So we got to be careful, make sure that these teams don't incur any extra fouls. Red's got that classifier still pretty full, though. 7 of the 9 spots filled. Octobots now going over, fitting 1 more and 2, filling it up. Going to have to empty that out at the rate they're scoring in this match. Blue trying to catch up now. They've got 3 in the classifier. Red just shooting overflow shots. We'll have to see if they decide to empty it out or just be content with overflow shots. Blue human player trying to get artifacts out of the human player zone. They can only have so many at a time without getting fouls. Red continues to just do overflow shots, now emptying out that classifier with about 53 seconds to go. Have to see if they can get that filled up again, pick up those pattern points that they need for a ranking point. All 4 of our robots just trying to find artifacts right now. So many of them over there at the right side of the field. They've all gotten clustered over there. Octobots, 1, 2 more shots. Consistency, just something that we still haven't seen a lot from some of these teams. They can throw up a lot of shots, but the more you make, the better you're going to do. Blue Alliance classifier mostly full as we approach the last 20 seconds. And that's our 20-second buzzer. Blue down by just 3 points. This is anybody's match at this point, but Octobots hit a clutch last 3 shots. All of our teams going to the base now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that's the end of qualification match 30. All right. So the winner is our Blue Alliance with a score of 146 to 83. 80 foul points, proving pivotal in the result of that match. 4 ranking points for Blue, moving both those teams up in the rankings. And as we all know, a lot of those foul points unfortunately came from the Red Alliance just accidentally hitting that Blue Alliance gate. Mistakes happen, but unfortunately, that's one that in this year's game makes a big difference in the final score. Moving over to field 1 now. 3 matches left, 2 on field 1, 1 on field 2. Let's see who we've got. Starting on red, we've got 2 good teams here. It's 25957 Quantum Igniters. And their partner team 24358 Ragnarok. Now representing blue, we've got team 21718. That's the Unga Bunga Bongos. Let's give them a hand. Come on. And last but not least, their partner team, 31844, Control Alt Defeat. All right. Looks like our teams are set. Hands off, everybody. Let's randomize our playing field. We're going to get motif 1, so once again, don't have to adjust the obelisk. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Let's get a little more energy from Blue. Blue Alliance, are you ready? That's better. I've got a thumbs up. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go. All right. Scoring going on by both alliances already. Control defeat the first to hit shots. They got 1, 2, and 3. Red got 4 and then attacked the opposing alliance's driver with an accidental shot. Quantum Igniters picking up 2 more now. 1 and 2. That first one bounced out. Looked like it was all the way down. Just managed to get out of that goal. Coming back with 2 more now. 1 and almost both falling out. Only one of them did.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
40-17 advantage for Red as we exit Autonomous. Quantum Igniters doing what they usually do. That's emptying out the classifier right as teleop starts. They know they're a team that's capable of shooting very quickly. And that green artifact in the bottom of the red ramp was actually shot by a blue robot. Bit of a trick shot there as that somehow lands in the bottom of the ramp. Does not give the Red Alliance any points, though, other than the pattern points if it's there at the end of the match. Blue now trying to catch up, shooting into their own goal this time. They've got 6 in that classifier already. Unga Bunga Bongos and Control Alt Defeat, excuse me, both with a little less fancy robots, but robots that still score very well nonetheless. Both red robots have a lot of custom parts. Both blue robots using the tried and true method of off-the-shelf parts. Control Alt Defeat getting that classifier filled up, plus an overflow shot as Unga Bunga Bongos empties that classifier out. All those shots, or all those artifacts now being available to teams to score again. 1 minute remaining now. Red's got a sizable lead as Quantum Igniters once again empties out that ramp. Where are they going to go now? They're searching for more artifacts, as is their partner, Ragnarok. They're at the back of the field, falling just a little short on that long-distance shot. Unga Bunga Bongos, they seem to like those short shots now. Used to be more of a long shot team. Missed those 2 right there, but they're going to quickly get back to their human player, pick some more up. Ragnarok going for another long shot. They just keep falling short. That robot might be getting a little tired here at the end of the day. Quantum Igniters, 1, 2, 3 more, but Control Alt Defeat hits a couple of their own. And right as we hit 20 seconds, Red crosses the 100-point mark. Blue crosses 50. Can either alliance pick up some extra ranking points through the pattern or through the base? Quantum Igniters going for some last-second shots. 1, 2, and 3 with 5 seconds left now. 3, 2, 1. Controllers down. Let's give those teams a round of applause. Looks like Red did more than enough to get that pattern ranking point. Gonna help them out in these rankings. Just a little bit short of that goal ranking point, 31 of the 36 artifacts required. Blue, on the other hand, looks like just one in the right pattern position, so don't think they'll get that ranking point for this match, but I believe they were close to getting that base ranking point. We'll see once the final scores come up. Just saw that score get submitted. Should be on the board here in just a moment. Let's take a look. There is the Red Alliance with a score of 160 to 78. 140 without those 20 points of fouls. 5 ranking points for Red, bringing Ragnarok up into 4th and moving Control Alt Defeat down to 5th. All right, we're back here on field 2. Last match of the day on field 2. Who do we have on the Red Alliance? Looks like at the front we've got team 18200. That's the MSTM Techno Devils. And their partner, team 26192 Heat Waves. Representing blue now, we've got team 22189 Kronos. They're paired up with their sister team. That's 22187 Phoenix. All 4 of these teams ranked in the top 10, 6th, 7th, 9th, and 10th. We're going to see some good stuff in this match. Hands off, everyone. Let's go ahead and randomize the field. Motif 3 for this match. All right, Red Alliance, are you ready? Whoa. Red Alliance, you still ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? I've got a thumbs up. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, first to score is Kronos, but Heat Waves and Techno Devils answering for both long distance and close shots, all worth the same number of points, 3 points for each artifact that sits there in the bottom of the classifier ramp. Heat Waves missing, honestly, for one of the first times today. Their robot does the little shake that it seems to do. Don't know why it does that, but it doesn't seem to affect their ability to score. Hitting, just falling short on those shots, almost filling up that classifier as we reach the end of auto.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Decent pattern points being picked up by both our alliances. Blue had 2 in the right position. Red had a few. I don't know how many because Techno Devils just emptied out the remainder of that classifier. Again, all these teams ranked in the top 10, plus a couple sister teams on blue, so they probably have practiced together and know how they like to work. A lot of artifacts flying around. I can't even keep track of everything that's going on. Techno Devil shooting from the far zone there at the front of the field, close to you guys in the audience. Kronos filling up with 3 from the human player, doing a bit of a wheelie as they turn around to head over to that blue goal. A little bit of jockeying for position there in the middle of the field. Heat Waves just falling short on that shot. Really consistent shooter throughout the day, but I've seen them miss a few times in this match. Might be getting a little tired. Cool thing about their robot is that flywheel is really unique. It's actually made from a skateboard wheel, and then they just put a 3D printed insert on that to connect it to their motor. Really cool stuff from 26192. As I was talking about that, Red Alliance did fill up that classifier. Blue's getting close. Kronos just missing a shot there. And now Phoenix needs to get over there with the artifacts they've got in their robot, start tossing those up into the blue goal. About 45 seconds left now. Red's got a decent lead, but as we know, these matches far from over with how easy it is to pick up fouls and score points in a hurry. Kronos trying to get those shots lined up, missing a couple, and Heat Waves kind of running into them and Phoenix as they try to find more artifacts on the field. Kind of seems like Heat Waves might be having some issues with their shooter. I overheard their drivers talking about defense. Might not be functional. Last 20 seconds of the match. The artifact is in their robot, but it just can't get to their shooter. Definitely seems like something's up. Kronos trying to get blue back in this match. Deciding to go park now instead of shooting those last few artifacts. 3, 2, 1. And a quiet end to that qualification match. All right, just a note to any teams still in attendance, we are missing, I believe, 4 green artifacts and 2 purple artifacts from our practice field. So if you were practicing on the practice field and possibly left an artifact in your robot, please come give it to us. We won't be upset. We just like those artifacts back. Thank you very much. Please bring those to any member of the Norwalk teams. Thank you. All right, sounds like we got scores for that second class match. Fourth winner is our Red Alliance with a score of 85-51. Pretty clean match. Only one minor foul incurred by Red. Didn't change the outcome of the match. 4 ranking points for Red that helped move Heatwaves up into 9th, stealing that position from Phoenix, who goes down to 10th. And just like that, we're here on Field 1 for our last match of the day. Let's see what teams are ready to play in it. Starting off, it's our number 1 team. That's 10435 Circuit Breakers. And their partner, team 18527 PCM Alchemists. Representing blue now, we have team 13085 Bionic Dutch. And last but not least, we've got team 7823. That's Roadrunner Robotics. All right, I see 4 teams set for our last match. Hands off, everyone. Let's randomize for the last time. All right, and for the last time today, we're going to get motif 2. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? I've got a thumbs up. Let's get this last one going in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, last match of the day. Circuit Breakers first to shoot, missing the first, but getting the last 2. If they end up emptying this, which they do, then that's not going to matter that they only got those first 2. Should not affect their ability to get the pattern. Missing all of those shots, though, just bouncing out due to a little too much backspin. Bionic Dutch making up some of the gap here. They got 3 into that Blue Alliance goal. Now going for a couple more. 1, 2, and just not shooting the third for now as Circuit Breakers gets their tally up to 5.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Blue with just a 1-point lead coming out of auto, 29-28. This is any team's match. Can they keep up the same scoring clip that we saw in the Autonomous? PCM shooting over their partner Circuit Breakers, who nails 1, 2 of their shots. Looks like they've got some they just keep bouncing out. If they bounce up and over, they do not score. So that's something these teams have to be cognizant of. Doesn't matter if it falls down into the goal, if it ends up bouncing out. Roadrunner, for the first time today, getting a shot up to that goal. Great stuff for them to have worked on their robot, got some of those kinks figured out. Their partner, Bionic Dutch, tossing up a few shots from the middle of the field, but just a little short. Might need to increase the speed on that shooter wheel for them to hit those shots. Now getting some of those far shots. Again, worth the same amount of points, but they seem to be a little better at that, at least for today. Circuit Breakers able to do both pretty much equally well. They just hit a few from the far launch zone as their partner, PCM Alchemist, trying to hit some from right in front of the goal. That classifier is now full. PCM's going to empty it out before they go shoot their artifacts. I see Roadrunner. They've got 2 green artifacts in their robot, but I don't see those flywheels going just yet. We'll have to see if they can get those ramped up so they can shoot those artifacts. About 45 seconds left now. Red's pulled away a little bit after being behind by just a little bit there in the Autonomous period. Just so much scoring by Circuit Breakers and PCM. There's a reason Circuit Breakers is the current #1 ranked team in our league. 30 seconds left. I see a belt and a pulley on the field at the back here. Don't know if that came from Roadrunner. It is right next to them, but it might have come from one of our other robots. Roadrunner seems to be moving just fine, so I'm not sure if it was them or someone else. Less than 20 to go now. Red's crossed over 100 points. A lot of artifacts there at the back of the field. Trying to shoot a few more is Bionic Dutch. Circuit Breakers 2, hitting 1, 2, and 3. One did bounce out, though. 2-1. And a lot of scoring in our last match of the day. Let's give these teams a round of applause. Looks like Red just barely cleared that threshold for an extra ranking point, getting 37 launched. Unfortunately, looks like that classifier maybe got emptied out a few too many times, and they're not going to have enough pattern points to get that ranking point. Still, very impressive match nonetheless from both Red and Blue. And some teams quite literally leaving it all on the field, a few parts left behind in that last match of the day. All right, gonna finalize our scores here. Then we'll have those on the board here in just another minute or two. Our Red Alliance with a final score of 159 to 113. Bit of a rough match with some fouls on both sides. They don't change the result, though, as Red brings home 4 ranking points, Blue getting 2 of their own. And with that, we've gotten through yet another league meet. That's 4 down and 1 to go here in the Acropolis League in Central Iowa. Rankings have started to solidify a bit, but teams have a lot of time now over the holiday break to make some big improvements to their robots and potentially make it a big splash at League Meet 5 and at the league tournament. We hope to see you all there for it. And until then, stay safe, safe travels, and enjoy it. Happy New Year.